Councilmember Allison,
Here.
Councilmember Burgell.
Here.
All right, moving right along, we will go to the Pledge of Allegiance. And if you would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
and justice.
Thank you very much. And now I will ask our city attorney if we have any report out of the closed session.
Madam Mayor, no reportable actions were taken in closed session.
Thank you very much. During the mayor's announcements, we have a few proclamations that we are going to read today. So we're going to start with Councilmember Arroyo, who will be reading the proclamation for National Heritage Month.
This proclamation is for National Hispanic Heritage Month, which is, excuse me?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, you're fine. It's part of our heritage, all of us. So actually, before I begin, I noticed a few people might still have their mics unmuted. If you could go ahead and mute your mic, that would be very helpful since there are so many of us on today. Whereas Hispanics represent a vibrant, thriving part of our diverse nation, their histories and cultures stretch across centuries and continue to add new chapters in our national story. And whereas this month we honor the rich heritage of the Hispanic community and celebrate its countless achievements, and whereas this month's theme, Hispanics, a legacy of history, a present of action, and a future of success, reminds us of all the ways Hispanics have enriched our union and shaped our character. And whereas Hispanics have served honorably in our armed forces, defending the values we hold dear, and they have transformed industries with new innovative ideas, led inspired movements that have made our nation more equal and just. And whereas America has always drawn its strength from the contributions of diverse communities, throughout our nation, Hispanics are advancing our economy, improving our communities, and bettering our country. Now, I therefore, Natalie Arroyo, on behalf of the Eureka City Council, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month and urge the Eureka community to observe this month with appropriate ceremonies and activities.
Thank you very much. Our next proclamation is for a celebration that we started here in the city of Eureka last year, and it is going to be read by Councilmember Castellano.
Okay, this is the City of Eureka proclamation in recognition of Good Neighbor Week as September 27th to October 3rd, 2020. Whereas relentless ongoing stress, like that caused by an ongoing pandemic, is cause for significant emotional trauma that is compounded by social isolation, and whereas former U.S. Surgeon General Vivek H. Murthy identified social isolation as one of our nation's most malicious public health menaces, alongside gun violence and opioid addiction, and whereas neighbors who know and look out for each other are more resilient following, and whereas it has been reported that as many as 1/3 of people living in the United States say they do not know a single neighbor by name, and whereas neighbors can band together and advocate to address issues specific to their most immediate geographic needs, and whereas in recognition of the importance of fostering compassion and respect for our neighbors, the United States Congress and President Jimmy Carter proclaimed the first National Good Neighbor Day in 1978. Now, therefore, I, Leslie Castellano, on behalf of the Eureka City Council, do hereby declare the week of September 27th to October 3rd, 2020, Good Neighbor Week, and call upon the people of Eureka and neighboring communities, as well as interested groups and organizations, to observe the week by reaching out and getting to know your neighbors.
In the most COVID appropriate ways, of course. Thank you notes, little notes that you mail to each other is a perfect way to do that. And now we have Councilmember Messner has a proclamation honoring Charles Tiny Hubler.
Yes, and Charles Tiny Hubler, he actually, I think some of his family may be on the call, so hopefully you are on the call and you are hearing this, but Charles, in recognition of Charles Tiny Hubler, September 15th, 2020, whereas Charles Tiny Hubler was born on November 11th, 1936, and passed away on August 18th, 2020, while driving to Blue Slide Camp. And whereas Tiny began his firefighting career in the city of Eureka on March 7th, 1966, promoted to engineer in 1971, and retired on July 1st, 1983. And whereas Tiny also served the city of Eureka and community through his work at Maples Plumbing until his retirement, and whereas Tiny was known for his generosity, painfully firm handshake, all-encompassing hugs, and his love for sharing stories with friends and family, and whereas Tiny was a giant of a man with an even bigger heart and love for family and friends, and whereas Tiny demonstrated great commitment to his community through his love of people, firefighting, and work ethic, and making Eureka a better place for all. Now, therefore, I, Heidi Messner, on behalf of the Eureka City Council, do hereby convey our deepest condolences to Tiny Hubler's family and friends, and we extend our sincere appreciation for the services that Tiny provided the city of Eureka and its residents. And I just want to say that they did a processional through the city on Sunday, which was attended by hundreds of people. It was a very moving event where everyone got a CD that spoke about Tiny and his life from close coworkers and some friends. And so it was a very profound event. And if anyone saw a lot of traffic going by on H Street in particular, J, can't remember what the other street was we crossed, but and H, that was what it was in the afternoon on Saturday. And I was wondering if there was anyone on the call that wanted to say something. I think Chuck Hubler was going to be on the call. I don't see him, so I'm just checking if he's here. Not sure because I knew he was traveling out of town, but all right. Well, we will definitely get that proclamation to him and his family. So thank you, Tiny.
Thank you. And so before we move on to our meeting, we have pulled the presentation from our youth council today, and we will have that on another day. I do want to say I've been working with the Red Cross this weekend, trying to get people housed. It's been a very stressful weekend for a lot of folks who have been worried about if their houses are going to be there. Tonight, we have another meeting in Eureka that the city schools is having about how schools are going to function. And the only reason I mentioned those two things is that we are all incredibly stressed out right now. And we have a very full meeting tonight. And it is a meeting that tends to get people feeling pretty stressed. So I just really want to encourage us to get through this as respectfully as possible. And with that, let's go ahead and get started. And we are going to move on to the public comment period. Do we have any general public comment tonight?
Mayor, we did not have anyone who requested to speak, just in general public comment.
Thank you very much. And then we will move on then to the consent calendar. I haven't heard of anything that needs to be pulled. Does anybody on the council want to pull anything? In that case, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move we approve the consent calendar.
I'll
I'll
second.
second.
Did you get that, Pam? Kim, and then I think it's Councilmember Messner. All right, and now can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Castellano,
Aye.
Councilmember Messner,
Aye.
Councilmember Arroyo,
Aye.
Councilmember Allison,
Yes.
Councilmember Burgell,
Aye.
unanimous yes vote, motion carries.
Thank you very much. So we are now going to move on to ordinances and resolutions. Item C1 is the Eureka Cares Restaurant, Bar, and Relief Program. And for that, I would like to invite our Economic Development Manager, Swan Asbury, to speak to it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Tonight I am bringing before you the Eureka Cares Restaurant, Bar, and Retail Support Program. Our brick and mortar restaurants, bars, and retailers are being hit incredibly hard by COVID-19. So we packaged together every idea that we could think of to support them and help them get set up safely to operate outdoors. Our program has 6 components that I'm going to go over. So I'm going to start by talking about eligibility. To be eligible for this program, businesses must meet the following requirements. 1, they must be a for-profit, independently operated restaurant, bar, or retailer located within the City of Eureka limits. 2, they must have been in operation as of March 1st, 2020. 3, they must have a valid City of Eureka business license. And 4, they must have a valid certificate of occupancy. Businesses that have active code violations, home-based businesses, and independent contractors are not eligible, and individuals that own or have interest in more than one business will be limited to 1 grant. We're funding this program with $175,000 of CARES money that the city has received. We haven't designated how much will go to the different components. Instead, we're going to spend this on a first-come, first-served basis in an effort to be flexible and to be able to accommodate our businesses and what they need. In addition, because this funding is coming from the CARES Act, it's important that the businesses are not reimbursed for the same expense by multiple sources. This program and the County of Humboldt Small Business Restart and Recovery Grant are both funded by the CARES Act. Businesses cannot be reimbursed by both programs for the same expense. In order to ensure this, applicants will have to attest in their application that they are not submitting duplicate expenses. Now I'm going to go over the 6 different components of the program. The first component are temporary parklets that the city will construct for our restaurants and bars. The city will come and pour a concrete slab, install posts and railings, and give the applicant 3 metal tables, 12 metal chairs, and a heat lamp. The cost of doing this is approximately $7,500. If after COVID is over, a restaurant or bar would like to keep their parklet, they would have to go through our normal parklet process that includes stringent design criteria. If they do not want their parklet, the city will come and remove it and then use the supplies for future placemaking efforts. The second component of the Eureka Cares program is the expansion of allowed uses on sidewalks and parking lots. If a restaurant, bar, or retailer would like to use their sidewalk for additional outdoor seating or retail display, we are waiving encroachment fees. As for parking lots, we are relaxing our parking standards during COVID. If they have a private parking lot adjacent to them, we will allow them to set up seating and retail display how they choose. If they have a city-owned parking lot adjacent to them, we will form an agreement with them to use part of the lot. The Sea Grill is a good example of this. They reached out to the city to see if they could set up outdoor dining in our lot and then built this beautiful outdoor dining area. The third component is outdoor food courts. We're working with the Visitor Center to set up an outdoor food court in Clark Plaza. We'll have standing height metal tables along with sanitation supplies with the goal of encouraging people to get takeout from restaurants in Old Town, walk over to Clark Plaza, and enjoy their meal at one of the tables. We are also open to the idea of doing this in other parts of town. What we need help with is the management of the tables, as far as bringing them in at night and putting them out in the morning. If a neighborhood is interested in partnering with the city, we will buy the supplies. An example of this is if a group would like to work together and shut down a street. Let's give the example of 2nd Street between F and G Street. Let's say that Land of Lovely, The Pearl, 511, Coco Palau, Bandit, Timber, Oberon, and Provisions all came together and said that they would like to turn this into an outdoor dining retail area. And then they were able to get the signatures of other adjacent businesses. We would allow the street to be shut down and turned into a pedestrian access dining retail area. A second example is if the same block didn't want to shut down, but instead the different restaurants set up multiple parklets, sidewalk cafes, and retail displays. For example, 511 and Bandit did parklets on one side of the street, and Oberon did a parklet on the opposite side of the street, and everyone did sidewalk cafes, and the retailers set up display on the sidewalk. The whole block would really come to life and become a destination where people can safely dine and shop. The whole point of this program is to empower our restaurants, bars, and retailers. Let us know what will work best for you, and we will work on help making it happen. The fourth component of this program is a hashtag Dine Out Eureka social media campaign. I'm going to hand the presentation over to Emily Kirsch from Eddie Alexander to talk about this in more detail.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me here this evening. And of course, thanks to Swan for including me in your presentation. As Swan said, I'm Emily Kirsch with Eddie Alexander, the City of Eureka's marketing partner. We help the city with marketing and promotion for tourism, among other projects like this one. As part of the Eureka Cares program, the Dine Out Eureka social media campaign is designed to support our local restaurants, coffee shops, breweries, cideries, and specialty food shops to highlight all of the amazing places to eat and drink in Eureka. The intention behind this campaign is getting people to not only support local businesses, but to help promote our local businesses through social media. When visitors and residents are able to support local businesses by dining out or grabbing food to go, we're encouraging them to snap a photo, tag the city's Visit Eureka social media accounts on Facebook and Instagram. On Facebook, you can just search and like Visit Eureka, and on Instagram, it's @Visit Eureka. And when they post photos, to use the hashtags Dine Out Eureka and Visit Eureka. This does a few things. First, it builds content around the Visit Eureka hashtag and account so that the handle and hashtag will develop more relevance for the future when we do begin concentrated advertising efforts to bring visitors to Eureka, of course, when it's safe to do so. It also amplifies customer support. By sharing out their dining experiences, others are encouraged to do the same. And for the fun part, each tagged entry will be entered into a weekly drawing to win a City of Eureka swag prize, 2 branded pint glasses, bandanas, a window cling, and more. Most importantly, the campaign is designed to put a spotlight on the local restaurants that have worked so hard to shift and pivot during this time. As Swan has shared already, we're seeing lots of necessarily innovative ways of city parking lots, sidewalks, and other spaces turned into outdoor dining areas. We want to highlight this and make sure our visitors, both temporary and longer term, like some of the fire refugees, as well as local residents, know these options are available and get excited about them. This is an incredibly challenging time for our local restaurants and businesses, and this is one way we as a community can help support. We're asking Eureka restaurants to tag @Visit Eureka and to use the Dine Out Eureka hashtag to share their menus, hours, and any COVID relevant information on social media. We'll be reposting and sharing out on the Visit Eureka handle so both visitors and locals alike have somewhere to go to find places to eat and drink, and so that they understand what they need to do to dine out or get takeout safely. We'll also be printing and distributing table tents that you can see here that restaurants can display to encourage patrons to participate in the campaign. We'll continue to use all of the content we generate through the Dine Out Eureka campaign throughout the coming months. We'll be generating blog posts on visiteureka.com, and we'll continue to share out all of this great info and collected content on our social channels. Of course, the safety of customers and businesses is top priority, so while information about dining out and getting takeout, we'll be emphasizing the need to follow all county health guidance as appropriate, mask wearing, social distancing, hand washing, as well as encouraging practicing patience and kindness as restaurant staff and community members navigate the new normal. We've updated language on the Visit Eureka website to remain in line with recommendations from California's tourism organization, Visit California, and all local health ordinances. For more information, you can visit visiteureka.com/dineouteureka with dashes in between those words. The link is also posted on our Visit Eureka Instagram profile, as well as on the Visit Eureka Facebook page. Feel free to get in touch with me with any questions. My email address is up on the screen here, e.kirsch@eddiealexander.com. And just as another very brief note for restaurants and businesses that are relevant for visitors, if you need to make any edits to your business profile on the Visit Eureka website or would like to be added to the website, there's a link at the bottom of visiteureka.com to submit new or updated information. We want to make sure that we have the most accurate and up-to-date info for folks who are searching for it. So be sure to send along and any questions as you have them. Thanks, and back to Swan.
Okay, the fifth component of our Eureka Cares program is a cap on the amount that delivery apps can charge restaurants. Here you see a social media post by Humboldt Smokehouse showing that DoorDash is charging them 30% from every order. With limited dine-in available, a lot of restaurants are leaning heavily on these third-party delivery companies such as DoorDash and Uber Eats. Tonight I am asking you to extend our declaration of local emergency and add a delivery application cap at 15% with a penalty of $1,000 per restaurant per day for violations. Cities across the nation are doing this. I'm bringing this to you as an emergency measure, but post-COVID, it's possible that staff will bring this back before council to make it permanent. Lastly, if a restaurant, bar, or retailer has already spent funds or is planning on spending funds expanding their operations outdoors, they may submit an application and be reimbursed up to $5,000. These eligible expenses will include outdoor tents, outdoor tables and chairs, parklet infrastructure such as the concrete slab or barriers, heat lamps, and other expenses approved by the city manager. I'm asking council for two things. The first is to adopt a resolution of the city council establishing the Eureka Cares program, and the second is to adopt a resolution of the city council extending the continuance of the declaration of local emergency to include a cap on delivery application fees. That's it for our presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. If approved, we'll put the application on our website and send out a press release first thing tomorrow morning. Thank you.
All right, do we have any questions? Councilmember Arroyo?
I'm just wondering, maybe I missed this. I couldn't hear you terribly well for the delivery app portion, but how will we go after companies that are charging too high a fee to restaurants? Could you address that or reiterate that?
Yeah, that's something that we'll be relying on code enforcement, and our city attorney, Bob Black, will be notifying these organizations, and then the enforcement is going to be difficult. But this is a movement that's happening in a lot of areas, and we're not the first ones to be doing this. We've had multiple restaurants reach out to us asking us to do this, so I feel like it's an appropriate thing for the city to do and something that we can figure out how to do it.
A restaurant would know it was happening, right?
Yeah, we'll be notifying all of our restaurants with a press release, and then also working with all of our partners to notify restaurants.
I'm sorry, I meant for them to, they would know if somebody was overcharging them, they would be able to report it in terms of enforcement.
Correct.
And on the same note, I had a couple of community members reach out to me who I think maybe just misread the agenda summary and thought that it was a penalty for the restaurants for charging delivery fees. So I made sure to clarify that that was not the intent, but I just would encourage the restaurant, like the fee of $1,000 or penalty of $1,000 per restaurant, that phrasing confused people. So maybe we could just rearrange that so that it's more clear for people.
Okay, good feedback. That is not the goal.
Thank you for this.
Do we have any other questions? Councilmember Castellano.
Just a quick question, and this is something I mentioned with you earlier, Manager Asbury, but I wanted to bring it before council. I'm wondering if with the outdoor dining food courts option, if we could include the idea of working, of like little bazaars or kind of mini markets for, handmade goods. I know a lot of artists and people who, do that kind of work in our community haven't had as many opportunities to sell things.
James Court has a picture of Google as his.
I don't know who that is speaking right now. Okay, Swan, can you address Councilmember Castellano's question?
Whole program, we're very open. So basically, we just want to facilitate. We're not going to be able to manage these areas. We're looking for people to manage these areas. So if the neighborhood wants to come together and put together like a little boutique market area, we're totally open to that.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, I will ask, do we have any comment on this item?
Mayor, yes, we do have Colin Fiske, and he is on the Zoom call now, and he had asked to speak on this item.
All right, Mr. Fiske, are you available?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to, so my name is Colin Fiske. I'm with the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities. And as you all know, we've been advocating for, something like this for since the beginning of the pandemic, particularly the aspect of, being able to expand uses in parking areas and streets. And so I'm really excited about that. And I want to thank Swan and the rest of the city staff for their work putting this program together. Want to just say that we really support this with two caveats. One is that we make sure that we don't block any bike lanes when we're moving out into the street. And then on the sidewalk, I think it's really critical now more than ever that we make sure that if there is activity going on the sidewalk, or tables or displays or those kinds of things installed, that we make sure that there's plenty of room for people and all kinds of pedestrians, including children and elderly people and people with disabilities, to pass by, going in whatever direction, while maintaining social distance and following the COVID guidelines. So I would hope that both of those things could be considered or included in the guidelines. And other than that, would really support this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any others?
That was all who have contacted me.
Thank you. Then I will bring it back for comments or a motion. Councilmember Messner, and then Councilmember Allison after you.
Great. Thank you. First of all, really appreciate staff working on this. And I know this has been something that you've been working with various businesses during this very difficult season during COVID, but really appreciate the way you guys have supported businesses. And I'm very excited about this. I do have a little bit of concern too around the language for the delivery app cap. And just wanted to perhaps be subject to a penalty of up to $1,000 per restaurant per day for violations, if that could be specific regarding the delivery company. So if that language could change so that there's no concern for restaurants that they're being charged because someone else is charging, so a customer. So I just wanted to make sure that that gets changed. That's a really important piece, I believe. And I don't know, I think with that change, I would go ahead and recommend to adopt a resolution of the City Council to establish the Eureka Cares Restaurant, Bar, and Retail Support Program that includes temporary parklets, expansion of sidewalk and parking lot uses, outdoor dining food courts, and a hashtag Dine Out Eureka social media campaign in an effort to support Eureka businesses affected by COVID. And adopt a resolution.
Let's do one resolution at a time. So we'll do that one.
So I'll do that one. Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Did you have now, is there any further discussion on it?
No, I just want to make a motion.
All righty. So, Councilmember Arroyo.
Sorry, I know there's a lot of us on the screen. I just wanted to note that the resolution itself, I don't know what additional outreach materials are going to accompany this, because I don't know if the staff report is that. It sounds like there might be other materials that would accompany this, but just in the spirit of Mr. Fisk's comments about ensuring that people can safely get by and we don't block any necessary transportation infrastructure like bike lanes or space for wheelchairs, etc. There's a whereas that says expanding sidewalk and parking lot uses allows restaurants, bars, and retailers increased space to operate safely. And I think the operate safely captures it, but in case it's not clear and because businesses might be using this as a framework for how they can do their work with this additional funding, perhaps it could say something along the lines of operate safely, including ensuring that necessary transportation infrastructure isn't blocked, that kind of thing. Do staff feel that could be included?
Yeah, I'd like to comment that anything that goes onto the sidewalk will require an encroachment permit. And so even though the fees are waived, they're still going to need to go through our process of showing what their plan is. And so our engineering department will be verifying that, you know, ADA compliance is there, that there's still enough room for people to walk safely. So I just wanted to say that, but we can also change the resolution, whatever you want to do.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I didn't see anything about the encroachment permit in here, so that addresses my concerns then. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discuss? We have a motion and a second, and we decided not to change the motion. So, are we ready for a vote? Okay, may we take a vote, please?
Councilmember Castellano,
Aye.
Councilmember Messner,
Aye.
Councilmember Arroyo,
Aye.
Councilmember Allison,
Yes.
Councilmember Burgell,
Let me wait.
There.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aye.
unanimous yes.
Going.
Carries.
Oh, okay.
Do you know we can't see your video, Councilmember Burgell?
You can't see me?
I can see her.
I can see her.
Okay, never mind then. If I'm the only one who can't, that's fine. I know it's
I can't either.
good. Okay, so that one is approved, and now we're going to move on. Does anybody have a motion for the second resolution? Councilmember, oh, actually, let's give it to Councilmember Castellano. We'll share the wealth.
I move to adopt a resolution of the City Council extending the continuance of the declaration of local emergency to include a cap on delivery application fees.
I'll second.
All right. And
Can we-
Councilmember Messner, do you have the?
Yeah, can we just make sure that the language is clear that restaurants themselves are not being charged for violations? I just wanted to make sure that was included in the.
Would you like to amend your motion to say that, Councilmember?
Sure. I will add in with clarification of the language around who is charged or that the delivering companies are charged for the fees.
All right. So that motion still stands. Does our second still stand?
Yes.
Then let's take a vote.
Councilmember Castellano,
Aye.
Councilmember Messner,
Aye.
Councilmember Arroyo,
Aye.
Councilmember Allison,
Yes.
Councilmember Burgell,
Aye.
unanimous yes vote, motion carries.
All right. So now we're ready to move on to item C2, which is the syringe exchange program resolution. And Director Slattery will be making the presentation with the Hatcher Executive Director, Lasara Allen, but I will let City Manager Slattery open and introduce Executive Director Allen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Mayor Seaman stated, this is the agenda item related to the city syringe exchange program resolution. Staff felt it would be appropriate to provide a representative from Hatcher to have an extended time period to comment on this. And so that representative was provided with the agenda item as well as the updated resolution. And so we have with us here LaSara Allen. They will be representing Hatcher and providing a report related to this agenda item.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. I'm going to read a written statement. Esteemed colleagues, I'm LaSara Firefox Allen, the new Executive Director at Humboldt Area Center for Harm Reduction. Many of you I have already had the opportunity to speak with in a one-to-one capacity. I'm new to the area and I appreciate your willingness to talk with me and give me your perspective. I would like to begin my comment by saying that I hope we can come out of this meeting with a solid sense that we are all working toward the same goal, that of a healthy community where our most marginalized community members have access to the care and resources they need in order to thrive. I will now offer some highlights of the annual report I recently shared with council members, the city manager and assistant, and the public health officer. First, in addition to our more well-known syringe exchange, Hatcher also offers linkage with a low-barrier medication-assisted treatment program with Bright Heart Health, where we are assisting over 40 program participants in maintaining their MAT program. Many of these participants come to Hatcher to use our electronic devices, our internet, and our substance use navigator's assistance to continue treatment for substance use disorders. This would not be possible without our physical location. Out of our location, which during times outside of the pandemic serves as a drop-in center, we feed people, we offer wound care kits, we offer overdose prevention training and supplies, we offer HIV and hepatitis C testing, we offer clothing, socks, and underwear. We offer support specific to COVID-19, including education on transmission, access to hand sanitizer, and PPE. We have a dedicated syringe cleanup community liaison and offer a free service for cleaning up syringe litter. All one has to do is call or drop an email and we'll dispatch a cleanup person. In addition to many other harm reduction services, we also offer basic human interaction and a place where folks who are living mostly unhoused can engage in some non-judgmental socialization. Since I was hired as ED, I've made it a point to reach out to each city council member and have had a meeting with each who was willing. I've met with Mayor Seaman, I've met with the city manager, I have even invited a meeting with Chief Watson of the Eureka Police Department. I have also met with Brian Ahern, Chief of Arcata Police Department. I have delivered a report to the city council and have done a considerable amount of work dedicated to finding out what will make the city feel more inclined to work with us. Out of this effort and carrying forward efforts that predate my tenure as ED, the Hatcher Board of Directors and I have created a short list of items we are working on. 1, we are seeking funding to hire a participant accountability and safety monitor whose sole responsibility would be to engage with program participants and make sure everyone is taking care of themselves, each other, and our space. 2, we are working on the possibility of creating a fence around our location so that after hours activity can become a non-issue and so that open hours activity is in a more secure setting. 3, we have submitted a full report to all relevant civil servants. 4, we are considering the city manager's proposal about SSP activity becoming mobile only. Now I have some requests on Hatcher's behalf. In the new resolution before this council this evening, the proposal is put forth that SSP services become mobile only. If our SSP services are going to be mobile, we need A, assurance that our drop-in center can stay active to provide all the non-SSP activities and services. B, assurance that we will have guaranteed spots to park the outreach vehicle on a rotating and regular basis. C, we will need a vehicle and we do not have the funding for it. The city manager has said he thinks he can help us acquire a van, but we will need that to be guaranteed in order to have our SSP services fully mobile. D, funding from the city of Eureka in order to subsidize the extra workload that running both a mobile SSP services and a drop-in center demands, and to subsidize ED hours in order to stay compliant with the city's requirements. Additionally, in an effort to cut down on the time that these requirements take while still keeping avenues of communication open, I propose that Hatcher offer a quarterly meeting opportunity where any civil servant, law enforcement, city council members, city managers, the mayor, and whomever else is interested may engage with the ED and a Hatcher board member. Prior to this meeting, a quarterly report will be sent out to all relevant participants. At this meeting, quarterly reports will be gone over and any question may be asked and answered. In closing, I want to offer words from Chief Brian Ahern's letter to CDPH on Thursday, August 6, 2020, with his consent and permission. Subject, regarding SSP reauthorization of Humboldt Area Center for Harm Reduction. Thank you, Marjorie. I had the honor of attending and speaking at Hatcher's 2019 Overdose Awareness Day. APD supports Hatcher and your programming, including syringe services that contribute to the safety and well-being of community members. Thank you for your service to our community, Brian. Finally, my hope is that we can all come into accord and move forward as a unified force, working for the betterment of all people in our shared community. To this end, I will continue to adhere to our open door policy, inviting any community member to take advantage of our services when in need, to come volunteer with us, and to get to know Hatcher and the people we serve. Together, we can create a safer and more welcoming Eureka for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So I believe City Manager Slattery was done. So questions?
We could take questions after I'm done. Those should be addressed.
Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't know if you were going. That's right. You were going after her. Sorry.
Thank you, Lasara, for being here. Appreciate the presentation. I just want to be clear with the public as well as with council that, you know, when we originally passed this resolution, that it was in no way an authorization or anything for Hatcher to exist in the city. What it was established for was so that Hatcher could obtain funding for their operation, and that was done in March of 2016. So this before you tonight is not an authorization or a reauthorization or anything like that for Hatcher or any other SEP to operate in the city. This resolution is basically a statement of position, and the repealing and the replacing of the ordinance is basically just a shifting of the framework. In no way is this an ordinance of any type. It may establish a framework for a future ordinance, but it does not in any way dictate the ability of a SEP to be here. It's more of a position or a policy statement from council. So in March of 2016, like I said, this resolution was passed as a means to provide Hatcher a way to obtain funding. Through the 4 years that they've worked with the city, they've provided a lot of harm reduction services that definitely benefited the vulnerable population within our community. City clearly understands these services for the health and well-being of them, and but also we understand that there's been significant negative impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. While Hatcher has been operating in the city, there's been many lessons learned. This resolution is an attempt to provide a framework to address some of those issues that have developed while working with Hatcher. So basically, some of the changes that have happened with it, it doesn't specify a specific SEP, it just makes SEPs in general. As we do with a lot of our disadvantaged community members and vulnerable members of our community, we found through our Uplift program, DHHS has found, CSET, all of those services that provide services have found that the best way to serve these vulnerable and disadvantaged members of our community is to meet them where they're at. It's been the policy for a lot of those organizations here locally who help out these members of our population. And we feel that not only will this alleviate some of the issues that a centralized location provides, but it will also provide a better services for the people that they serve. So we've added whereas that basically state that. It also establishes a policy where the city would like to see those services provided for syringe exchange programs and the distribution of any sort of paraphernalia that you ingest drugs with, that be solely done on a mobile basis. It still provides the ability for those other harm reduction programs and outreach that SEPs provide to be done at a central location, but the SEP portion of that to be solely done on a mobile basis. And so what we're asking council to do this evening is to repeal and replace the syringe exchange program by the Humboldt Center Area for Harm Reduction resolution. If council has any questions related to that, I'm available.
All right, now we can ask questions. And just so you know, Kim, I still can't see you. So if you just want to unmute, I'll notice if you're unmuted if you want to ask a question. No questions at all? All right, I believe we have public comment. Are you, oh, does anybody have any questions? If not, we could
It looks
start.
like Pam is trying to help Kim with her video right now.
Yeah.
So I'll ask a question that's a little bit pedantic because Miles just said it, but maybe it could be a little even repeated or more clear. So this resolution passed in 2016 is not the standing basis for any organization, specifically Hatcher, I should say, to operate in the city. Is that correct?
That is correct. The previous executive director of Hatcher came to our council members to request that this resolution be passed so that they had access to funding to operate a SWEP.
Okay, and so I think there's some confusion about that that's very widespread. So I hope that's clear to everyone who's here and ready to speak, that this is not the means by which Hatcher as an organization is licensed or operates in the city of Eureka. So I feel that I've made that point and asked that question successfully. Partly just killing time.
All right. Yeah, I know I don't see our city clerk back at the desk yet. I can ask though. It looks like the first person on our list is Gary Lewis, and he is a Zoom call. So I will set my own timer here. That's generally what she will do. And I will ask Gary Lewis if you're ready to speak.
Yes, hello. My name is Gary Lewis. How is it we are still working to rein in Hatcher after 4.5 years? In March of 2016, a city resolution without environmental review allowed Hatcher to start operating. 2 years later, the city approved a regulatory ordinance. Miles Slattery and Kim Burgell tell us that Hatcher has been out of compliance with that ordinance ever since. Burgell says they lied about it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said lied. Misrepresented why, and that's problematic, hugely. The council is now considering a new ordinance without environmental review and without requiring a one-to-one exchange, as recommended by experts in reducing addiction. When asked about this, Burgell explained that, quote, harm reduction is not about getting addicts to stop. It is about making it safer for the community as far as disease prevention, not the other part. Her making it safer for the community parallels Hatcher's mission to, quote, reduce harm to the Humboldt community. Most of us understand community to mean all of us, and yes, those who are homeless too. But to Hatcher and Burgell, community means homeless drug addicts only. Eureka's homeless count stands at 653, 17% of whom use Hatcher. That's 111 people Hatcher works to reduce harm to. That's just 0.4% of residents, while 19% of our residents are children. In fact, Eureka has 46 times as many kids as Hatcher clients. These are the kids who cannot play on our streets or parks because of the dangers from needles, drug dealers, and addicts high on heroin or meth. Hatcher does not try to reduce harm to them, nor to any of the 99.6% of us that are not their clients. So what has Hatcher accomplished in 4.5 years? Their goal was to reduce infection rates, yet Humboldt County now has the second highest rate of new hepatitis C cases in the state. Handing out unlimited needles to any and all simply does not work to reduce infection. I have watched as dealers threaten my family from the Hatcher parking lot after Hatcher posted signs falsely claiming they were under threat from neighbors. Those dealers were protecting their golden goose, Hatcher. I have watched a Hatcher employee living in the Hatcher parking lot, selling drugs out of his van like a taco truck for addicts, available to Hatcher clients 24/7, month after month. The Eureka Police Department is currently arresting dealers active on Hatcher premises as a result of their investigations. But EPD cannot solve this problem. The city of Marysville passed a strong banning and regulatory ordinance exactly 2 weeks ago. When will the city of Eureka recognize that their 4.5-year experiment in needle and crack pipe distribution has failed and follow the model of other cities across California? The children of Eureka are waiting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can I ask you, Assistant City Manager Powell, from now on, if you do the timer, can you tell somebody when their time is up? Mr. Lewis, perfect timing, but I can't see how much time they have left. So I'm going to put you in charge of that. Thank you.
And I'll put my hand up when it comes down to 30 seconds, if that's how it works, just to give them a warning.
That would be perfect. Do you want me to do the names as they come up?
It's up to you, but yes, that would be great.
Judy is the next name on the list.
Good afternoon. The stories you will hear tonight from neighbor residents are not about lofty goals or ambitious ideals. They are the recounting of their daily lives and the impact of a program you did not look beyond the feel-good hyperbole about. The results of a program which were foreseeable as they are replicating results from around the globe. The results of a program which have been talked about for going on 3 years and have fallen on deaf ears. The results of a program you have supported in spite of the suffering and loss it has inflicted on those who cannot escape it. The destruction you knew of and took absolutely no action to ameliorate. You might as well have built a leaking nuclear reactor in that space and praised the cheap electrical power. The neighborhood people you will hear from must live and work in this reality of your creation. How is it that in a design review district where everything is subject to review, including the color of paint and simple signs, you see fit to allow this leaking reactor? You have decimated a neighborhood. At first, I believed it to be groupthink or confirmation bias. Then I realized it was discrimination, institutional discrimination. Institutional discrimination is the unjust, discriminatory mistreatment of an individual or group of individuals by institutions as a whole through unequal, intentional, or unintentional bias or selection. The basic crux of this form of discrimination is that the policies and practices that are put forth by an institution benefit only a particular group at the expense of another. You can read this as benefits Hatcher employees and clients at the expense of the neighborhood and the city in general. Institutional discrimination, like any other form of discrimination, denies a particular group of people their equal rights. However, because it seeps into the very procedures and laws of a city, it is considered even more dangerous. The eradication of this form of discrimination is not easy and requires active participation from the government perpetuating it. That would be you. You must take action. Removing exchange from this location to leave it as a program space does nothing. They will still have people congregating to continue the same activities in the same manner at all times of day and night. Hatcher management is long on promises and short on follow-through. It is a familiar pattern to the residents. Things calm down for a very short time, only to escalate shortly thereafter. Allowing this debilitating activity to continue under your policy by this or any destructive successor partner may feel good to you, but it is intentional discrimination.
All right, thank you very much. Now we are going to move on to Bonnie Pinkney. Oh, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay. So my name's Bonnie Pinkney. I actually used to live at 1401 3rd Street. I had to relocate out of the neighborhood due to the destruction that Hatcher inflicted on me in favor of providing a quote unquote safe place for criminals to conduct their business. So I am not living there. I'm living elsewhere where it's a little safer. A lot of what I was going to say was already said by the two previous speakers, so I will not reiterate that. But basically what has frightened me most about this organization and the city's stance on it is their reluctance or their refusal to consider relocating Hatcher to another more appropriate, if there is such a thing, location, and their seemingly absolute determination to keep it exactly where it is. And having it be just as a as a brick and mortar place for other services is not going to solve the problem, because the same cast of characters will be coming there for the same things. And I don't believe for a second that if they decide to make the needle exchange mobile, that the building will not also be giving out needles. They have not followed any ordinance in the last 2 years. The city has not enforced it. They have known about it. If we're going to put a stricter ordinance into effect, why would they follow this one when they couldn't follow the more lenient one? The state of California allots millions, sometimes in the 5-digit range of millions of dollars for these programs to operate in different cities. The city could have built something from the ground up anywhere in Eureka for that kind of money. So it kind of befuddles me that they had to use a building that already existed in a family neighborhood. Hatcher pays no more than $1 a month in rent for this space that propagates drug use and crime. So my only question is, where is the rest of that money going? Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Jasmine Guerra.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Guerra. I am a recent graduate from HSU with a bachelor's degree in psychology. My relationship with Hatcher began in March 2020 at HSU when I participated in a remote service learning project for one of my required courses. I have recently been hired as Hatcher's new syringe service program coordinator. And throughout my experience with Hatcher, I've learned that it's made up of some of the strongest leaders and peers that any organization could ask for, from all walks of life with all kinds of life experiences. The core team of employees, peers, volunteers that Hatcher relies on is something that I think Humboldt should be really proud of. We're consistently working together to fight stigmatization and targeting of people who use drugs. We listen to their stories and give them room to feel like a human in the midst of painful and harmful stigmas. It's important to note the focus on reducing stigma that Hatcher provides, because stigma is harmful for everyone. Holding stigma against a group of people, no matter the demographic, blocks those who are in need from seeking help. It blocks the ability for those holding stigma to
I can't, it's pause.
Can you pause, Ed? Susanna Gibson, in case you can't tell, you're not on mute.
Should I keep going?
Yeah, keep going, Jasmine, we're good.
Okay. So holding stigma against any group of people, no matter the demographic, blocks those in need from seeking help. It blocks the ability to feel empathy, and most painfully, it justifies maltreatment and targeting towards the most marginalized people in our community. With that said, I'm urging all city council and community members that are here to question their own stigmas surrounding drugs and drug users. At Hatcher, we advocate for people who may not even get the chance to advocate for themselves because of community stigma. The people who use our services depend on our survival just as much as we depend on theirs, because we're feeling a void in the community by meeting people exactly where they're at with no judgment. We focus on the humanity of drug users, and if they're ready to get help, we have all of the resources available for them. We help people decrease their chances of contracting bloodborne diseases, as well as providing Narcan, otherwise known as naloxone, which is an opioid reversal to be used if someone's having an overdose. Just between January 2020 and July 2020, there have been 20 Narcan reversals that we know of. So that's 20 human being lives that are being saved because of the services that we provide. I want to highlight that Hatcher is a crucial aspect of the response to the opioid crisis that Humboldt County is.
Pam, are you trying to say time is up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Susanna Gibson, I know you're here. Thank you for muting, and now you can unmute.
Hi,
Hello.
my name is Susanna Gibson. I'm a registered nurse here in the community, and my specialty is wound care. My relationship with Hatcher started as I was in a bachelor's program that required me to work in a community service program, and so I was able to get some hours through working with Hatcher. And the program itself, so that was about a year ago, and I felt really connected with that program and with the group, and really began to develop and flesh out a lot of educational tools for folks about wound care, general healthcare needs. And so while we were, handing out a plate of food or something like that, we would also talk about how people were feeling, how things were going for them emotionally, and talking about stuff like that. And I really liked what she said before about the humanity, because a lot of people, especially in the medical community, do not see, you get kind of a blinders on, and you don't really see people as a human being. You see them as an illness. And so reducing that kind of stigma and that kind of hurtful and harmful behavior works both ways. Not only does it help medical professionals to see people that are homeless or drug users as human beings, it also helps for people that are drug users to see medical professionals as somebody who actually wants to help them get through their crisis. I know they're also doing a lot of programs there, helping people get clean. There's some programs to help people get off of narcotics. There's drug testing not drug testing, but HIV testing and stuff like that as well at that place. So I think building a relationship between the City Council, the Eureka PD, and Hatcher is really the way to go, because I think it's a community event for the entire community, not just the homeless community, not just the community that lives in that neighborhood or Eureka as a whole, but we all need to work together because these people do live in our community and they are valuable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Nezzy, but before you start, Nezzy, are you going to call the next one in line because she's on a phone?
Yes, I'll get her online.
Thank you very much. So Nezzy Wade, are you here?
I am here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you and see you now. Thanks.
Yeah, I just really appreciate. What was Ms. Gibson's first name? I'm sorry.
Susanna.
Susanna. I wish that I could be as articulate as Susanna and Jasmine, because they're really speaking from the heart. I wrote council members, you, Mayor Seaman, and City Manager Slattery a letter basically about our association with Hatcher over this last bit of time. We've had a lot of time of working together because we share interests in people who are houseless and who are in that segment of our community, and who are experiencing poverty and other complications with substance use disorders. Each of our programs, our AHA is work very closely with Hatcher, and our AHA is Affordable Homeless Housing Alternatives. I'm the president of the board and a co-founder, and I wrote a letter on behalf of our board. But our programs are designed to include those with lived experience of homelessness and in this case substance use disorders, and participate in program planning and decision making, and we do what few other programs do, and that's meeting people where they're at. We've seen, especially during COVID-19, how challenging this is, and we've teamed up to address emergency response for people living outside during this mandated time of sheltering in place, which is a real challenge when people have nowhere to go. We've supplied a lot of the elements of living for those who are living rough in terms of basic necessities, sleeping bags, tarps, hygiene products, food. And Hatcher is a very important resource to this community for all of the reasons that Jasmine spoke of in terms of bringing real humanity to addressing the issues and, educating around stigma and all of the things about tools for community education. And that, I want to speak to that more than anything else. In the last year, Hatcher's undergone a lot of challenges related to changing leadership and the COVID-19 dislocations and a faltering economy, all of those things. And they've nobody can anticipate the processes, and funding are going crazy. And anyway, they shouldn't be penalized for their continuing this level of support for harm reduction. They should be rewarded for continuing to do what they're doing under great adversity and scrutiny. And they have been under more scrutiny than any other organization I've ever experienced, probably. We have a mobile shower program, and it supports a lot of the same folks that Hatcher works with. Every Tuesday, we're in Eureka, and a lot of our guests are also affiliated with Hatcher services. And we see the positive impact over time. We've only been doing this since last year, but we see the positive impact of Hatcher on our community. So I would urge you to support Hatcher's presence in our community and move forward with the resolve to allow Hatcher to continue operating as an exchange program.
Very much, Nezzy. And next we're going to be moving on to Brandy Lara.
Brandy, if you'd like to go ahead, please.
Awesome. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, great. So my name is Brandy. I'm here in 2011. I'm really excited to say I'm the new head coordinator of the Raisin Project through Redwood Community Action Agency. And something that is true about Eureka as well as every community is that it is made up actually of drug users. And
hold on just a minute, Brandy. It looks like, Natalie, are you having a hard time hearing? You're kind of cutting in and out. So maybe talk just kind of slower for a minute, just to see if we can capture those words a little tighter. Sorry.
Were you able to hear that? Okay. All righty. I'll let you go ahead again.
Sorry.
So basically, something that's true of all communities is that some of the people in them are people who use drugs, and those are people who, just like the rest of us, need love and compassion and resources. And I don't think it's fair to deprive people of that. And the really cool thing about Hatcher is that it's one of the only, if not the only, needle exchangers in all of Humboldt County. And what needle exchanges do, especially because Hatcher is 1-for-1, which means if you want to get clean needles, you have to bring old needles in order to do that. So this idea that there's like excess, like syringes all over the community isn't an actual thing. And when you couple that with the fact that Hatcher also cleans up needles that aren't brought into them, then we realize that there's actually less needle litter because of Hatcher than there would be otherwise, because they are taking in more needles than they're giving out. And something I thought was interesting was people were saying that a reason that Hatcher should not exist was because people were doing drugs and selling drugs on and around the property, which has actually nothing to do with Hatcher. It is just a reality of kind of being in Old Town Eureka. I think that happens all over Old Town Eureka on a lot of business properties, and Hatcher does everything they can to minimize that and to make sure that's not taking place, which is what every business does. So I think that because it works with people who use drugs, they're being singled out, and people are pretending that Hatcher is enabling people to drugs and sell drugs on their property, which is not true at all. It's just something that happens there, just like that happens all over Eureka. And the services Hatcher provides are evidence-based, which means they're fully researched and it's proven that they work. They help people who use drugs do them safely, because the reality is people are going to use drugs whether they have access to clean needles and other supplies or not. And providing them with that just means that less harm is going to be done. So there's going to be less transmission of diseases like Hep C and HIV, and there's going to be less needle litter everywhere. And people will have access to things to make sure that they're being extra clean. And then there's going to be, you know, less abscesses, less open wounds, all that stuff. So Hatcher, I really think is doing an amazing thing for our community, and it would be absolutely devastating for people who use drugs, which do comprise like a pretty decent number of our population, if we didn't have Hatcher anymore.
Brandy, thank you. That's your 3 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Did Tia Bartel make it to tonight?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Tia Baratelli. I've been on the board of Hatcher for nearly 2 years. I've also been working at Planned Parenthood for over a decade and know many of you through my work there. While I'm not here in any official capacity nor speaking on behalf of Planned Parenthood, I point this out because I think it is relevant to this discussion. In my opinion, what the city is considering tonight is very short-sighted. The harm reduction movement is relatively new in our country and certainly new in our county. I brought up Planned Parenthood because I think there are historical parallels you can draw upon here. Many of you on the city council are very much supporters of the reproductive rights movement, but I wonder if you would have been back in the 70s when Planned Parenthood first opened their doors in Eureka and there were dozens of protesters on the doorstep. Back then, a big part of our community was not supportive, especially when we began providing abortion services. Luckily for me and the people Planned Parenthood serves, that attitude has largely changed. Don't get me wrong, we still have our antis, but in general, our community is very supportive as well as our elected officials. So when it comes to harm reduction and supporting Hatcher in 2020, which side of history would you want to be on? We have an amazing nonprofit community here in Humboldt. Many of these nonprofits have been here for decades. Most, and probably not one of these nonprofits, got everything perfect right out the gate. And take it from me, this is even more difficult when you work at a nonprofit that is constantly under attack. It's exhausting and it takes time away from doing the real important work that is mission driven and so needed by the people you serve. Hatcher is a relatively young nonprofit with limited resources, but what I have seen in the last 2 years is nothing less than amazing work on behalf of the staff and volunteers. They do an exceptional job and are really good at being good advocates for Hatcher's participants, as well as strong leaders, often having to simultaneously use a heavy hand to ensure rules and policies are being followed. As a lifelong advocate for social justice, I believe supporting Hatcher's mission is the right thing to do, not only morally, but for the greater good of our society. I ask you to look at the big picture. Hatcher is an expert in harm reduction in our community, and they deserve your support and the time to continue to cultivate relationships in our community and draw upon their knowledge and experience to make adjustments and grow their programs.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Thank you for your time.
That was I'm so sorry. That was the 30-second warning. I'm sorry, you held it up with such enthusiasm.
Do I still have 30 seconds?
Yes, go.
Okay, where did I leave off? I can't think of a better time than now to be bold. Don't back down and don't be afraid to support progressive ideas. I'm certainly grateful to all those that came before me and have done so. And even when it's unpopular, that is the time that you really have to stand up. We have some big challenges facing our community, and if we continue to solve these big societal issues with the same old bag of tricks, we're only going to get the same results. Therefore, I want to emphasize the need for you and our whole community to get behind Hatcher and support harm reduction in our community and beyond. All right. Thank you again for your time.
You timed it perfectly. Sorry for the interruption.
I have a point of order comment. Just as we're seeing a lot of additional, I know there's a lot of folks to speak. I just want to note that we have a separate agenda item about a letter, and this item is about the resolution. So I'm just hoping that people will tailor their comments to the item at hand. And then if there, and this isn't in response to anyone's specific comments. I just want to make sure that people realize we have this item, we have another item pertaining to a letter. So this one is to repeal a resolution that specifically names Hatcher and replace it with a resolution that says that the city supports syringe exchange programs on a mobile basis with an ongoing central location for other services. So I just wanted to remind everyone that's the topic at hand, and please keep your comments to that if you can.
All right. So
I felt like if without saying that, it might blur the two together a little.
we do have a list for both of them, and kind of talked about this. I think that everybody's going to get their 3 minutes, and I think it's complicated for them to understand exactly the resolution. They came prepared to say what they're going to say. So I talked about this before, but I totally get what you're saying because I was thinking about it. But we're just going to give everybody their opportunity to say their 3 minutes. And Savannah O'Neill is next. Is she on Zoom, Savannah?
She was going to be, and I don't see her. Perhaps
I'll ask at the end again.
Yeah,
I'll just move on. Gabrielle.
I think she's going to be able to make it, but she did write a statement. I don't know if Pam, you're able to read that or not.
We don't need statements, but if she sent it to us, Pam would forward it to all of the council members.
And I did forward that on. She said I think she was the person with the possibility of a 4-year-old.
I think that was Tia.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't want to guess them all. I'm sorry. Anyways, we'll look at her letter if it was sent, and if it wasn't sent tonight, we can look at it later. Gabrielle Keller would be next.
Kelly, that's me. Hello, Mayor, Council, and community members. My name is Gabrielle Kelly, and I'm a medical social worker who works in our community with high-risk, vulnerable individuals. I'd like to start my comment tonight not by asking for a show of hands because we're virtual, but by asking those listening to reflect on those people in your lives that have been affected by substance use, whether it be alcohol or drugs, legal or not. I'd also like to acknowledge those that come to mind whose lives have been lost because of substance use, either by overdose or accident. One of the things that I love about our small community is how tight-knit we are and how loss does affect us all when we're so closely connected. So I sit with you now as these loved ones and friends come to mind. I now encourage you to hang on to those feelings, and those who may be worried about or missing right now, and how helpless you can feel when trying to help someone battling addiction. We all know that you cannot ask someone to magically become sober, so we as friends and family members are often left feeling powerless in these situations. Knowing this and knowing Hatcher's syringe exchange program could be the safe ticket for someone I care about to creating a pathway of recovery makes me wonder why anyone in this community would want to hinder these services. Without the exchange, people will be less likely to come in for disease screenings, basic resources, or Narcan that could save their lives. This isn't a political issue or a syringe issue, it's a community issue, and I refuse to turn my back on our community members who need this service and support. I stand with Hatcher's mission, and I stand with our law enforcement. I also personally recognize the struggle that comes with understanding the mission behind harm reduction and seeing how it can be hard to grasp these small steps, but it's enabling great things to come. Hatcher enables people to make the right decision and use clean syringes. Hatcher enables people to seek help without feeling shame. And Hatcher enables people to not overdose and stay alive to be able to make these decisions. This is exactly the kind of enabling we need to be doing in this community, and it enables health. It enables healthy choices, and it enables life. These are the things that I know we all want for our beloved community, and I hope to see all entities come together to make this happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Matt Curtis.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Matt Curtis, and I'm with the California Department of Public Health Office of AIDS Harm Reduction Unit. And I'm here tonight as part of the technical assistance that we pretty routinely give to local health jurisdictions, local governments, and other partners that are interested in implementing provisions of the state law which allow counties and cities to authorize syringe services programs within their jurisdictions. And forgive my voice, I'm in week 4 of a little too much wildfire smoke down here, so it's caught up with me. You know, I want to start off by saying Humboldt County has been a pioneer for many years in providing harm reduction services. It was one of the first largely rural counties in the state to integrate syringe access into local public health policy. And we've been really pleased to have a longstanding collaboration with programs in the county, including Hatcher, the North Coast AIDS Project, which provides similar services operated by the county, as well as the other programs around Humboldt. One of our roles at CDPH is to authorize syringe services pursuant to the state health and safety code. And in fact, we did that with Hatcher in 2018 to operate a syringe access and disposal program in Eureka and several other parts of Humboldt County through a mobile services program. Hatcher has remained compliant with our requirements and the requirements of state law, including their reporting requirements. And, you know, as a key part of that authorization process back then and in considering the renewal of their authorization, we examined the potential risk for HIV, hepatitis C, and overdose among people who inject drugs in a particular jurisdiction. So what did we see when we were considering authorizing Hatcher in 2018? At that time, there was actually an HIV outbreak occurring in the county in which there were 4 times as many HIV cases as would normally be the case in a year over the span of a few months. And in our subsequent investigation, fortunately, we found that no cases of injection drug use were related to that. But you know, while there, you know, the existence of syringe services may be protective, you know, we're seeing a lot of opportunity for continuing disease transmission. I think particularly with a parallel epidemic in hepatitis C, which is significantly more prevalent, easier to transmit, and which others have noted is still a big problem in Humboldt County. You know, I think a number of the other presenters have talked about the breadth of harm reduction services. I really want to emphasize that for us as the public health department attempting to tie a bunch of different health issues together through these programs, and I'm just going to wrap up real quick right here. You know,
I'm sorry. She gave you, did she see the 10-second or the 30 seconds she gave you earlier? It's cut off now.
Oh, I missed that one. So in any event, thank you very much. And just we're always available if the council needs additional input on any of this stuff.
Thank you very much. Next on our list is Sabrina Miller.
Hi, my name's Sabrina Miller, and I'm an active community member, so I want to take the time to talk about Hatcher. I'm involved in community organizing and service work in the city of Eureka, specifically with people experiencing homelessness and substance abuse disorder and mental illness. And one of the reasons I'm so dedicated to serving this population is because I personally have lived experience with all 3 of those things. Fortunately, I managed to overcome these struggles and reach a place of wellness, but this wouldn't have been possible without support of organizations like Hatcher that meet individuals where they're at with the sole intention of saving lives and showing compassion regardless of circumstance. My relationship with Hatcher began when I started volunteering there in an effort to connect with the community through outreach work for a project I'm working at. And immediately I could tell the staff were very kind and caring people who are passionate about the work they're doing. And the connection between the staff and the people they're serving was genuine, and that was apparent from the interactions between them. I could tell so many of the people coming to Hatcher really depended not just on the services, but on the compassion they'd receive from staff. When you're struggling with homelessness and substance abuse disorder and mental illness, it's really rare that people are going to meet you with kindness. And so receiving that from people who truly care about you is powerful. And while I was there, I was able to, you know, really indulge in those connections that you can have with another human being. After a few weeks of working at Hatcher, I learned all about the amazing services that they offer, but Hatcher is more than just the services. It's a safe place for people to go and be treated like an actual human being. They build trusting relationships with the people who seek their services and support them in making positive, meaningful changes in their lives. And here's what people don't talk about. Before COVID, Hatcher was offering an array of activities for people to take part in, like art classes, poetry workshops, music sessions, or just a place to go and hang out in order to forget about life on the streets for a while. And by offering life-enriching activities to people who don't typically have access to those types of resources, Hatcher was truly doing their part in providing people with alternative, constructive ways to spend their time. Hatcher is an organization that goes above and beyond for its people, and there's still so much potential in the ways that it can continue to develop what it has to offer our community. Shutting down Hatcher is not going to solve the issue of substance use and distribution in the city of Eureka, but if we work collaboratively with them to enhance and support the services that they do provide, then we have the potential to not only address the issue at hand, but to support the members of our community that are struggling the most. Without Hatcher in our community, a lot of people would suffer not just from the lack of services, but from the lack of genuine connection from people who truly care about them. I have no doubt that supporting Hatcher would enable them to continue to grow and develop their organization in a way that serves and brings together the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kristen Hills. Is Kristen Hills here? All right, I don't hear. Going once, going twice. All right, we're going to move on to James Clore.
Hey, good evening. My name is James Clore. I'm a resident of Ward 1. I've lived in Eureka for the past 4 years, and I've lived in Humboldt County since 2008. One of the reasons I was excited to move from Arcata to Eureka was it seemed like Eureka was on the up and up in dealing with its addiction issues, taking a proactive approach to caring for its community members, and adopting some harm reduction strategies. I thought, hey, Eureka's really trying to tackle their issues. The city of Eureka's recognition of the benefits of syringe exchange programs, which to be honest, I'd never heard of in 2016, seemed groundbreaking and felt like something I'd be hearing coming from a larger, more urban city. I liked that the city called out their higher rates and had partnered with Hatcher to bring forward a possible solution. I will say this new resolution tonight makes sense to a certain degree. It's more general. It will allow the city to support more harm reduction centers in Eureka, something we probably need, as having one organization is rarely enough, and still presents the dire facts of our region. It continues to be solution focused and continues to use the lens of harm reduction. One issue I do worry over is the stipulation that syringe exchange programs shall only be performed on a mobile basis. Some questions I have. Does Hatcher already have a mobile syringe exchange program? Is the county still doing syringe exchanges during the COVID-19 pandemic? Last I heard, the county had suspended their program. What will our region look like if there are no syringe exchange programs in the entire county? Is this mobile only stipulation actually a veiled attempt to get Hatcher to stop their program? Why can't we have both? The benefits of a mobile program are huge, but why must this be the only option? Doesn't having a physical location with reliable hours make sense too? A place that people know will be open and even physically present? And does the city already have a mobile basis solution in the wings ready to come to our region once this new resolution is adopted? Overall, I'm left wondering if we're the type of city that supports pre-existing institutions, who work with what we already have, and who overcome challenges together, or are we the type of city that forgets history, throws out partnerships forged over years, and puts our community at risks in the hope that something better comes along? Because remember, every day without a syringe exchange program puts members of our community at risk. It increases the likelihood of bloodborne pathogens. It creates potential new stressors to our already fragile healthcare system. To abandon our partnership with Hatcher seems short-sighted. Why rock the boat when the seas are already so tumultuous?
Thank you very much. We're going to move on now to Robin Baker.
Good evening. Yeah, thank you. Sorry for the delay. My name is Robin Baker, and I am a Eureka resident living in Ward 1. I'm here this evening to express my support for the vital services provided by Hatcher. It is my request that the council support both a mobile and permanent location for syringe exchange programs. while adding a mobile unit to Hatcher's offerings may better serve a broader swath of the community. Removing the location and hours known to those receiving services would add a barrier for people already facing a wide variety of difficulties. Hatcher is an essential service in our community, and I hope that the council will continue to work closely with Hatcher to improve and expand upon existing services offered. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Jenna Katsos.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see all of your faces. My name is Jenna Katsos, and I'm a Eureka resident and business owner. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of myself and my husband. I value the benefits that Hatcher brings to our community. Having an SEP in Eureka is extremely valuable for our most vulnerable community members, not to mention the myriad of other services that Hatcher offers. I believe it would be irresponsible for the city to pull support for Hatcher without having another program lined up to take their place. Even a day without the services that Hatcher offers would be catastrophic for our community. A mobile service option is a wonderful idea if it's in addition to a stationary location. The services must be where they are needed, and they must be very easy to access, or else they're really not as helpful. I appreciate all of your continued work on this issue, and I'm very proud to live in a city that makes science-based decisions instead of those based on fear. Thank you for restating your commitment to SEPs and standing up for our most vulnerable neighbors.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to Amy Matheson.
Hello. My name is Amy Matheson. I've been a resident of Eureka for 13 years. I currently work as a mental health clinician and wraparound coordinator at Two Feathers Native American Family Services. I'm also speaking today on behalf of my partner, Neil Calson, who is a Eureka resident and a teacher at Arcata High School. I had a big, long statement written, but it reflects many of the other supporters and what they've said about Hatcher and the amazing work that they do in our community. I would just like to say that I would urge the city council to support a mobile and physical location of syringe exchange. I believe that there are all the other services that our city and our county funds they give their money to have central locations where people, often the same people that are accessing Hatcher services and those county and city programs, they're going to those physical locations as well. So I don't feel that it makes sense to target Hatcher and the work that they do and their physical location. I feel that their services are just as essential. Their physical location is just as essential as all those other services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ann Lindsay. Is Ann Lindsay on the call? Oh, she's a phone call. You're supposed to call her.
She had asked for the Zoom information and she had jumped on. So I'll give her, if you want to go to the next person.
I'll go to Andrew and then I'll get her next. Okay, so Andrew Reynolds.
I could unmute.
There you go.
Hi, my name is Andrew Reynolds, and I'm a member of the Hatcher Board of Directors. By day, I'm the Hepatitis C Wellness Manager at the San Francisco AIDS Foundation, but I'm also the co-chair of the California Hepatitis Alliance, where I first met Hatcher and became aware of their excellent work. I'm a member of the American Association for the Study of Liver Diseases National Hepatitis C Guidance Panel, as well as a member of their COVID-19 and the Liver Clinical Task Force. I serve on numerous boards and advisory committees with a number of organizations and medical schools on projects and interventions that relate to hepatitis C, harm reduction, and the health of people who use drugs. I'm here to offer my full support to Hatcher and call for the approval of their ability to provide the array of health services that they already provide on site, including but not limited to drug overdose prevention education and training, naloxone distribution, HIV and hepatitis C testing and linkage to medical care, medication-assisted treatment for opioid use disorder, referral and linkage to medical care social services, and other drug treatment, and yes, syringe services and safe supply distribution. Now, I know I'm biased in my support here. I'm biased because I love this place. I love the people who work here, and I love the people we serve. I believe that harm reduction and positive, supportive engagement of people who use drugs is our best way forward towards creating a healthier and more equitable and more just community. We don't need less of Hatcher. We need more of it. We need more outreach and engagement, more neighborhood cleanups, more training and educating about overdose, HIV, and hepatitis C prevention and transmission, more overdose reversals, more disbursement of personal protective equipment in the era of COVID-19, more of all the things that Hatcher has demonstrated expertise in. We're open. We will work in good faith with our community partners. This doesn't have to be an adversarial process. We can all work together to improve the health and safety of the community. And we will work with those people willing to respectfully and honestly engage with us. And together we can provide compassionate care to those in our community who need it most. And I'm going to end with a quote from Dr. Jerome Adams, the current Surgeon General under Donald Trump, who says, "I call on local public health officials to make use of syringe service programs as a valuable resource that can help improve the health of those they serve. It will take mobilized communities, evidence-based policy, and effective programs to stem the tide of infectious diseases related to drug use. Furthering the ability of SSPs to connect directly with people who inject drugs is one step that can benefit our communities as we collectively rise to meet this challenge. Hatcher is ready to meet this challenge, and we'll meet it with you."
Thank you very much. And do we have Ann Lindsay on the phone? City Clerk Powell, are you getting her?
Okay, please restart.
My name is Ann Lindsay, and I'm a former Humboldt County Public Health Officer for 18 years. And I wanted to say I've worked with Hatcher through the Humboldt Harm Reduction Coalition, and I want to vouch for the integrity of the Hatcher board and staff. They're mission-driven and community-minded, and their policies and actions clearly do not promote drug use or selling drugs on the Hatcher property. They actively clean up syringe litter, and they've initiated meetings with the city and county staff and officials to avoid problems and misunderstandings. And unfortunately, there are some vocal community members who blame syringe litter on the syringe exchange program, despite data to the contrary, that really syringe exchange programs reduce litter and not create litter. So I want to encourage you continue support of Hatcher, but the issue at hand is actually your resolution states very eloquently why we need a syringe exchange program, but changing it to a mobile program I feel would not be wise. The clients of Hatcher need a stable place to go where they can rely on getting help, and mobile van is not likely to be as effective. Some of the clients at Hatcher are that may not be the most organized people in the world, and they have to have one place to go when they need it. So I strongly support keeping Hatcher in the same location and a permanent in allowing syringe exchange at their facility. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Brian Olson. Do I hear Brian Olson?
City Council members, as someone who lives and works in Eureka, I have many concerns for the health of our community.
As elected officials, I expect you to represent the concerns of our community and to provide leadership on how to best address these issues. And thank you for the opportunity for us to share our comments here. I engage with those experiencing homelessness, substance use disorder, and mental health challenges every day. Those living with these ailments are part of our community and deserve to be treated as such. These are complex issues that require multifaceted approaches and collaboration among many entities, including both local and state governments, local businesses, police departments, nonprofits, and concerned citizens such as myself. It appears as though the city of Eureka and the Eureka Police Department's recent attempt to discredit Hatcher services through an undercover operation and inaccurate letter to the California Department of Public Health is meant mostly to stir up community concern about substance use disorder and homelessness, and to strip Hatcher of their licensing to operate a syringe exchange program. I'd much rather see the Eureka Police Department and city working in collaboration with Hatcher and other providers who bring much needed services to this population. I think we should also expect that the city holds Hatcher to the same standards they do to the Department of Health and Human Services syringe exchange program that also operates within the city limits, but for some reason, the city seems to have put a target on the back of Hatcher. I see Hatcher as an integral part of the safety net for those who are considered to be some of the most vulnerable in our community. I absolutely want to see them continue to provide syringe exchange and other supportive services to those most in need. And I agree with Ann Lindsay that brick and mortar location is very important. I find it very disappointing that the city misrepresented facts in a recent letter to the California Department of Public Health and appears to want to strip Hatcher of their state authorization. Besides operating a syringe exchange program, Hatcher provides other necessary community services such as HIV and hepatitis C testing, medication-assisted treatment for opioid use, case management, wound care, PPE, and other COVID-19 related prevention, food, clothing, and connection to other important services such as primary care, housing, veteran services, and mental health services. What we need are city leaders that are willing to address complex issues such as substance use disorder and homelessness, not point fingers, make false accusations, and further isolate the already disenfranchised and those who offer much needed services to these populations. What we need are more safety net programs like Hatcher. What we need is collaboration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to Erin Kelly.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak tonight. I live in Ward 3, and I guess I'm going to repeat some of the ideas of the previous commenters. So I understand that this item in the agenda, it's just a resolution and it's not related to the permit for Hatcher, but I think that both are clearly linked, that these two items kind of together speak to the city's overall policy regarding syringe exchange programs and Hatcher in particular. So I went back and read the initial resolution, and a lot of the language is repeated in this new resolution. Of course, Eureka has a high hepatitis C rate, and Nat Curtis pointed out that Eureka has a really high AIDS rate, and or HIV rate. Sorry, these problems aren't resolved now, and I don't think that they're going to be resolved overnight. And syringe exchange programs are really difficult, but the only way that we're going to address these problems are through programs like Hatcher. So, we're noting the same problems in this resolution, but I think removing the language of anything related to Hatcher and requiring the SEPs be conducted via a mobile unit doesn't actually address these problems. So I have two kind of questions. First, is it really better to start from scratch? Even if this resolution doesn't exclude Hatcher, it implies that Hatcher is not necessarily going to be part of a future SEP. And I really don't think that you can find people who are going to run a sort of shoestring nonprofit dealing with vulnerable people better than Hatcher. There's not some entity that is going to reknit these relationships with people who are really on the fringes of society. So that's my first point, I guess, is I don't really understand why Hatcher was removed from the resolution. And the second point is, again, it's repeated by other people, but is there a mobile unit that you have in mind? So I've heard some estimates about how much these might cost from other people in discussions the last few days. And so is this an ongoing conversation? Is there an actually viable solution? I mean, it sounded like from the ED of Hatcher that there's not funding for this, or at least they don't have funding currently. Or is this just kind of passing the buck by creating a bar too high for any SEP to operate and thereby, in effect, getting rid of the only SEP? So I guess, again, I'm speaking to the resolution, but I really think that this resolution and the letter to CDPH, which is going to come up later, are just sort of operating in tandem to try and undermine Hatcher.
All right, thank you very much. And now we're moving on to Raymond Cordamanche.
Mayor Suzanne, Seaman, thank you very much, Councilman. I want to thank you for Pam. She was awesome getting me connected. Thank you, Pam, this evening. And also for your city manager, just being innovative in his forward approach, wanting to really move the conversation forward. I work with an organization called Bright Heart Health, and our CEO and founder is actually on the call here this evening. I will say that over the past 90 days that we have been providing behavioral health services via telehealth, we have more than 40 people that are in our care with about a 91% retention rate. So we have been able to work in tandem with Hatcher and the new executive director there, been able to get individuals and sustain them into a high level of care. Again, I've forwarded a letter from our Dr. Khan, as well as a letter from Jarrett from RTI. He's the senior epidemiologist, senior implementation scientist as well. And he notes, I won't read both of the letters, just the forwardness of really taking charge and creating opportunities to essentially save lives. Of course, we're in an opiate epidemic, and the state of California clearly has identified, this as a disease, right? Brain disease. And so these type of conversations, as we're moving forward, obviously they can be complex, and we all have different ideologies and different understandings and different belief systems. I would share with you personally that as I was reflecting on getting on this call this evening, our family, received actually a letter from your council. Our son was an elected city official, which was murdered at the hands of someone high on drugs in 2008. And so you could just imagine, even as Ms. Kelly was making reference to having lost a loved one or someone impacted by someone high on drugs or dealing with that disease or that behavior, learned behavior, what it's done and impacted in our life and in our city. And what we've done is just that. We've had to look at those that are responsible for taking his life and understanding this brain disease concept and really trying to move at a capacity where we can actually help save lives and change the trajectory of youth and neighbors in our community. So again, I want to applaud each and every one of you here this evening, and thank you for allowing me to integrate our personal loss and our personal experience into influence policy.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Bill Taylor. Is Bill Taylor on the phone or on the call? Looking to you, Pam. Yeah. You're on mute.
I see that. He was provided the Zoom information, so I don't see him on the call though.
Okay, I'm going to do really quickly Savannah O'Neill and Kristen Hills. All right, seeing that those names are done, that is our list of public speakers tonight. So I'll bring the topic back to council for comments and any motion. Who would like to start?
I'll say something. Austin here.
Thank you, Austin.
So yeah, I just want to say thank you for everyone who commented on both sides of the aisle, so to say. There's obviously a lot to dissect for a council member to hear. I mean, I'm hearing people who just do not like harm reduction at all, and people who support harm reduction. And I've just been trying to weed through the comments and find something in the middle. And I think a lot of people who are supporting Hatcher are rather supporting an ideology rather than just necessarily an organization. And I personally support the ideology of harm reduction. My whole existence, in life, based on my religion, is what's the best science-based practice to live a lifestyle? What are the best practices to do something that saves the most money and, in this case, helps the most people? Preventative medicine, such as syringe exchange program, saves so much money compared to dealing with someone in the hospital on IV antibiotics, dealing with endocarditis, or going through symptoms of HIV or hepatitis. These are all valid things that harm reduction can help reduce in, putting out a fire before it begins, so to say. And with that all said, the city has had Hatcher in city limits for about 4 years now, a little more than that. And it's really tough to say because I really appreciate the work that Hatcher does for the community. They have a responsibility to the people they care for, but they also have a responsibility to the neighborhood and the activities that they bring to the neighborhood. And whether it's a simple symptom of lack of funding, lack of staffing, or just putting things off to focus on their patients, a lot of things get brushed to the side where they become problematic. And it seems every year this issue bubbles to the surface of neighbors being extremely upset about the crime or vandalism happening to their property, their vehicles, the threats they hear. And I want those neighbors to feel validated and that I hear them, because it is extremely tough. And, it's not the best part of town over there in that regard, knowing that you may not feel safe or protected. And I wish Hatcher had a more proactive approach than a reactive approach to this, where it seems Hatcher reacts only because the city or neighbors bring up an issue rather than knowing that there's an issue and working on it before it becomes a problem, before it catches on fire. And so with that said, I know I've defended Hatcher many times from a lot of critics, and it's been very tough for me to see that there has not been much progress made in regards to the crime and vandalism and issues like that happening in the area. And I know some people who are part of Hatcher will say that's extremely unfair to say, and that maybe they are not entirely part of the problem. But I personally believe myself that perhaps the current location of Hatcher is not the best. And I would be extremely interested in continuing harm reduction, but in a different capacity and different way, perhaps to where it could be more efficacious for everyone and reducing headaches for the neighborhood where Hatcher currently resides. And so with that said, I think a lot of times I've come to the conclusion that, it's just a little bit too little, too late. And it's frustrating, whether it's just lack of resources, experience dealing with these matters, things like that have got us to this place time and time again, where the city council, the city of Eureka, who want to support harm reduction, no matter what choice we make, we're going to disappoint people tonight. And that's an awful thing to do or to experience as an individual. And so myself, as a person who works in healthcare, who works in a hospital, who really thinks people should not be there unless they have to, such as dealing with IV drug abuse and the symptoms that come from that. I really think harm reduction is necessary in this area, but I don't know if Hatcher might be the best fit for this community. And that's a tough thing for me to say, because I really do support the ideology of harm reduction. And before I go on with the motion or anything like that, I'm sure there's other members of City Council who'd like to comment.
They do. And just before I call on the next one, it looks like Councilmember Messner is next. Somehow Councilmember Castellano is on the next page because it's there's a lot of people here. So if you could use the raise hand feature, I don't know if that's, or if you could just unmute Councilmember Castellano. I will try to scoot over and look for you, but I just want to make sure you get seen. And the other thing I wanted to let people know is there are kind of two motions tonight. One would be to rescind a resolution, and the other would be to adopt the new one in terms of how that is supposed to work. And that is that. I just wanted to make those notes. So do we have anybody else who wants to speak on this? Oh, Heidi. I'm sorry. I mean, Councilmember Messner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Seaman. I first of all wanted to say thank you to every one of the speakers who took the time to address us this evening. I know this is a big issue, and I have personally spent quite a bit of time over the past 4 years since I've been on council researching, traveling, interviewing, and meeting regarding this particular SEP in Eureka. I wanted to make just a few things clear that this is not a decision about whether or not Eureka should or should not have SEPs and have that sort of program in the city. The council is not attempting to eliminate SEPs in the city of Eureka. I just want to make that really clear and state that outright, because that has come into question tonight a few times. This is actually about ensuring the city has a SEP that aligns with and works with the council and the city's desires for a SEP program. This resolution is about making clear what this council and the city desires in regard to a SEP within the city of Eureka and how they work with the city. As a psychotherapist who worked for many years with clients in regard to substance use and abuse, helped run a program in the greater Seattle area for many years with clients from all over the world, I am quite familiar with the evidence, the research, and the issues surrounding this particular subject, probably more than many who are listening on the phone or listening right now. I personally have had family members and other loved ones who have also dealt with these issues. I've generally seen an overwhelming array of kindness and care toward the clientele we are discussing tonight. That has not been a huge issue since we've moved to Eureka. It's actually been overwhelmingly kindness and care. In regard to stigma reduction, the issue has actually been something many have been working on within this community that I've seen for over 10 years as being a part of this community. There are a lot of other agencies and groups in the city who work with in regard to harm reduction practices, homelessness, mental health and drug use issues, and other SEPs. There are other needle exchange programs within the city through the Department of Public Health in our county. And granted, they need more help. That was one of the reasons why Hatcher opened. There are also many trained within the city of Eureka on Narcan administration. I know of many, actually myself personally, and the only ones, there are many doing this work, including our CSET team who interact daily with the same Hatcher clientele. All of these agencies have not cost us the constant conflict and problems that we have consistently faced with Hatcher. For many years, the council and the city has attempted to work with Hatcher to be a good neighbor and follow the ordinance the council created for functioning SEPs within the city of Eureka. Unfortunately, this particular SEP has consistently disregarded following the ordinance without consistent micromanagement. We are being asked by Hatcher to hear reports on a quarterly basis, and I'm wondering how this will be any different than the years where the city has asked for reports and Hatcher has consistently not acquiesced. The current physical location has consistently been problematic for a SEP program for a myriad of reasons. That is the reason why this has come forward at this time. And personally, I think it would be very advantageous for us to move forward with setting the specifics around what we anticipate and what we would like to see in a SEP program without specifically naming Hatcher, which I think is always problematic, only having one exchange program or one SEP named in any ordinance or any resolution. So that seems to me like a very wise thing to do. And I believe that many speakers have agreed with that as well. So the replacement is really important. And the other piece in regard to the mobile versus a particular location, I also agree that a location is very important for a SEP program. It is important that clients know where they're going to go and they have consistent access in regard to those kinds of programs. It's super important. However, this particular location has been consistently problematic with this particular SEP. So I'm not sure what the issue is, if it's the location, if it's issues with Hatcher themselves, but it has consistently been an issue that we have been facing as a city for 4 years. So, and we have worked really hard to try to overcome. So I think the resolution is a really important thing to replace for multiple reasons. And I'm not sure about the mobile yet, whether that would be something I think should replace a physical location, but I do agree that this particular location is not a good location. So I'll go ahead and let other council members speak as well.
Right. Do we have other council members who wish to speak at this time on this?
I do, Leslie.
Thank you for doing it that way.
Okay. Geez. So firstly, I just want to say that I think we're actually going about this all wrong, and that I feel like we're kind of getting played as part of this bigger statewide battle, and I just feel like there would be better ways to go about it. So I'm just going to start with that, but here we are. And I mean, firstly, I think other council members mentioned, like, this isn't at all about, for me at least, this isn't about whether or not I am an advocate for syringe exchange programs. You know, and I feel like there needs to be, and I don't even think this is the best way of doing this either. Like, I think there needs to be some pretty serious work around addressing the neighborhood impact. I don't think this is going to resolve that personally either. And so I guess I'm just confused about our protocol. But that being said, I think that we do need to address that. I also, though contrary to the other council members, I actually think that right now we don't have another organization that is set up to, like, take the place of Hatcher or whatever. And I think that we would be better served by a community meeting of stakeholders. You know, I appreciate that Matt Curtis from CDPH was on this call. I feel like these are the kinds of conversations we need to be having with really building, like, shared goals around community health. I think, you know, I actually feel a little confused about how making decisions on these resolutions is going to move us closer to goals for community health. And that's maybe my comment for now. Maybe I'll have something else in a minute. You know, I really think that I value like the humility and care that it takes to work with people who are experiencing trauma and, you know, addressing their trauma through use and addiction. And, you know, and I've done a fair amount of work with people who have experienced or are experiencing addiction. I don't know, I would personally, and I don't know if I can even do this, but like being supportive of actually having a series of community stakeholder meetings and with creating like shared goals and shared values, and then addressing resolutions after that. We may be beyond that, but I think that would be a more beneficial process personally.
Thank you. Councilmember Arroyo.
Well, I agree that the proposed resolution would do relatively little in the grand scheme of things. One thing I think it would do is clarify this ongoing point of confusion around how Hatcher as an organization is licensed and then therefore also, you know, supported and funded. While the city did pass this resolution initially, as City Manager Slattery indicated, as a way for Hatcher to pursue grant funding, I think it is not necessarily essential for us to state as a policy statement that we support one organization, but to say that we support syringe exchange programs and the approach of harm reduction. And my hope is that this would simply be clearing up that Hatcher is licensed by the state, which Matt Curtis pointed out when he was on the call. But the big substantive issue for me in the two resolutions is the item about exclusively supporting mobile exchange. And that's why I made the comment asking people to direct their comments to the resolutions, and instead of necessarily the overall concept of harm reduction, because in both resolutions we're stating that we support harm reduction. So I was hoping, and I do appreciate that people got it, that the pros and cons potentially of that change, because that's very substantive. And so that's what I was hoping to hear some expertise about and perspectives on. And to be perfectly frank, we and EPD are exhausted and worn out over the issue of neighborhood impact and nuisance behaviors around the property. And I don't think, I agree, not all of it can be attributed to Hatcher or their current operations. A lot of it predated their location there, but it does, we are getting reports over and over and over and over again that it's concentrated there to a degree that isn't tenable for the neighborhood. And as a government, I believe we're responsible for working together with neighbors and with Hatcher to address that. I don't think that this change in the resolution is going to do that. It's, as City Manager Slattery stated, it's a more of a policy statement indicating our ongoing support for harm reduction and syringe exchange programs, but adding in this element about mobile programs, which I still don't have enough information about. So that's, I actually wish Matt was still on the call so that I could ask more about, from the perspective of the state licensing these programs in other places, what some of the pros and cons to mobile programs are. I can imagine what some of them are. But before we kind of get onto that, I want to note that I really do hear that there have been neighborhood concerns from the get-go about not feeling that they have an open line of communication, and not feeling that their concerns were addressed effectively. I think it's our responsibility to listen to that. So, and to address that, as I said, you know, the onus has really been on the police department and on the city. It hasn't been on the property owner very much. Maybe it has, and I just don't know about it because I'm, you know, not in conversation with Open Door, who rent the building to, you know, and normally when we have a nuisance issue, we would work with the property owner to address it, the city would. So I have concerns about that, and I'd like to see, you know, their participation and role. I think it's sort of behind the scenes now, but I'd like to see a more public role as part of this dialogue about the things that Lusara brought up, the fencing, the, you know, the safety monitor, some of those site improvements and staffing improvements, and, you know, perhaps contributing to that in the way that they already contribute to supporting the building. I realize they also are an organization that has a steep budget and, you know, limited capacity, but that I'd like to be hearing from them more in this public dialogue, because it seems like it's always like the city and Hatcher, and you're either, you know, in one camp or the other, and you know, I think there's more players and we need to be conversing with all of them. You know, the idea of the mobile exchange, I'm cautiously interested in it, because I think, you know, it makes sense to me that it could blunt the impact. We have a concentrated impact right now in one neighborhood, in one location. I totally understand what people are saying about people being familiar with that place, there being open hours and open doors, and it feeling comfortable and familiar. But we also need to do something to blunt the direct impact of operations on that neighborhood, and people gathering, and then, you know, some of these activities that aren't sanctioned by Hatcher but that are happening there in the neighborhood. So, you know, I hope that we can all take a share in this responsibility. And honestly, I felt like the responsibility of dealing with the public perception of this and the impact has fallen very hard on the city. And sure, we are responsible for saying, yes, we support syringe exchange, and we know that there will be concerns from the community, and we're willing to accept that. But we're still continuing to say that in this resolution, that we support syringe exchange. And as someone who wants to make my decisions based on science and based on good research, and with eyes wide open, even if it presents a side of the community that I sometimes wish were better, I want to make my decisions based on science. So I think that it's very likely that Hatcher will be reauthorized to operate by the state. It seems, based on Mr. Curtis's comments, that they're in compliance with the state law, and that is who licenses them to operate. So as far as I'm concerned, I'd like to continue to keep an open dialogue, perhaps embark on mediation or arbitration or whatever it takes to get some agreements in place that we can all move forward with, and that are a little bit more, have more teeth. And we would like to see our ordinance complied with and perhaps strengthened to ensure that there's more of that public dialogue that's required and conducted. So I think we have a limited toolkit here as a city. We are not the property owner. We are the regulator of conditions in the city. But in some ways, we're not the regulator. The state is the regulator. So I hope that folks are aware that there's limited tools that the city has, and willing to come along with us. All of you who are supporters, all of you who are not supporters, I hope you are conscious of the fact that you could have a role to play in influencing the outcome of our relationship. But as far as naming Hatcher in the ordinance, or excuse me, we're not talking about the ordinance, we're talking about the resolution. As far as naming Hatcher in the resolution, I don't think it's necessary. I think it leads to additional confusion. And if we need to change the resolution and consider adding the element of mobile at a later date when we have more information, I'm open to that. Those are my comments for now.
All right. Do we have in Councilmember Castellano?
Yeah, I similar to Councilmember Arroyo, feel like, and I did allude to that before, that there's not enough information about how the mobile operation would run and how effective it would be and what would happen in the in-between time. I'm willing to, and I think here's a question maybe just for council, is either passing if we're going to pass a new resolution as is, or if people feel strongly about that, I feel like I would want to also embark on a series of stakeholder meetings to address some of these concerns and then revisit it in December or January or however long we want to determine those stakeholder meetings to take place. Otherwise, I would support postponing the resolution or taking out the mobile component, and then also revisit, having some facilitated meetings and revisiting it later. Do other council members have thoughts on that?
Councilmember Burgell.
I just have thoughts. So do you want to finish your comment, Councilmember Castellano, or are you?
That's good for now. You don't have to respond directly to my thoughts, but you, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I thought I was ready to talk about this. I support the first resolution in removing any single name. I think that really does limit us as a city. So I still, as somebody mentioned in public comment, the only change really in the resolution, the first resolution, is taking out that name and leaving it more open so we have more opportunities. Something that I may need some clarification, because it's my understanding that regardless of what we do as a city, we can create our own rules, but we cannot shut down what's happening right now. And nor would I think that as a city that many of us would want to do that. Am I correct in that?
So yes, you are correct. If it's passed as is, or if it's passed as it's not going to affect the operation of SEPs in the city. The county will still operate there. SEP as is, like I said previously, this isn't an ordinance. This is solely a direction, kind of a policy direction that council would want to go into. Now, if down the road we chose to go with an ordinance that had certain provisions in it with maybe some more teeth, then that may change things. But if this is passed as is tomorrow, Hatcher's operations are not going to change, nor are the county's operations going to change.
Okay. And why is that?
Because this is just a resolution. It's not an ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
Or a policy and a shifted framework as to how we look at SEPs in the city. If we chose to come back and look at it from an ordinance perspective, that may change things, but it also may bring in some other factors that we would need to consider in order to update our ordinance. But yes, as it is right now, Hatcher could still operate all of the services, including the syringe exchange program, at their central location if this was passed tonight.
Okay. And so can you tell me, so we don't regulate Hatcher, we don't tell them whether they can work or not, right? I mean, they have to get state certified. The state is really the people that are in charge of whether they can stay in business or not stay in business. Is that true?
They are the ones to whether or not they can operate a SEP within a jurisdiction based on the rates of infection. However, there are ordinances that could allow us to regulate how they operate within the city, and that would require an ordinance.
Thanks for that clarification. So I too want to thank everybody that spoke. And this is what makes this really hard for me, is that many of the things that folks talked about with Hatcher are the absolute truth. And I appreciate many of the things that you do. The one thing that really bothers me is the business of not complying to our ordinance. And I personally had asked for reports, and no, we're not going to do them. We don't have to because we're state licensed now. And you know, I really feel like many of us as a council have supported Hatcher and gone over the top to really try and make things work, and to be good advocates for Hatcher. And to have this business of the non-compliance is really problematic. And I hear these different things that are coming forward about, you know, well, we want to work as a partner, we want to do this, and you guys are amazing. Hatcher's amazing, and it's probably off topic, but you're amazing with your clients. Amazing, you make huge impacts every day. But you know, frankly, the neighbors and the other citizens in the city, they're not much appreciative some of the behaviors. So I got off track a little bit. I do want to say though that something that's really been a lot on my mind lately is, after talking to a couple people who have lost children to heroin addiction, is that this syringe exchanges do not create drug abuse. They don't. That's not their job. Their job is to keep people safe until they can make different choices. At least that's my take on that. And so I appreciate all the work Hatcher has done with this resolution. I would, you know, like to see more compliance. That would be most excellent. You know, it just feels like the last couple of years there's been this big finger kind of coming up at us when we ask for things, and the idea of not being police being allowed on the property, I understand, but unfortunately that's not something that's workable. I don't know. So those comments really have nothing to do with this ordinance or this resolution. And so I just felt like compelled to talk a little bit about them because that is one of the reasons that it makes this so difficult, because once you've seen the work and you know how well things are going, and then to just completely not have this compliance. If it was another business, we'd shut down. You'd be shut down for not complying, or you'd be sanctioned. And that hasn't happened yet. And I hope it doesn't have to. I still, I think that we need to figure out some sort of mitigation, some kind of mediation, something, and perhaps a different location, which would be not a bad idea at all. And I do believe that Open Door really needs to take a step up, because we've been taking this for a long time as they've kind of laid back and charged $1 a month or whatever a year for rent, while all this other stuff is kind of falling down around them. And I don't really appreciate that. And I don't appreciate them not calling me back either. So on that note, boy, that's kind of grumpy, huh? Sorry. But on that note, I would like to make a motion that we repeal the resolution number 2016-13A, supporting the establishment of a syringe exchange program. Is that the right one?
Yeah. You could repeal and replace it in the same motion.
I don't want to replace it. I just want to repeal it.
Okay.
And
I
then
was talking logistics, so okay.
So I want to repeal resolution number 2016-13A, supporting the establishment of a syringe exchange program by Humboldt Area Center for Harm Reduction in Eureka. And what I would like to see is more research done on the new resolution, to look at mobile and brick and mortar type situations and which one will work best for our community.
I'll second that motion. Would you want to comment a little more, Kim, or do you want me to take over?
Just make one more comment. One of the things that I heard a public speaker say, I think it was Brian actually, he talked about, you know, and I agree that Hatcher or that the county needs to be held to the same standards as Hatcher. I totally believe that. They don't do any cleanups at all, which as we know is problematic. But the reason I brought that up is that, you know, we're talking about compliance again, and, you know, the county has to be compliant. We need Hatcher to be compliant with us if we're going to be ever able to work with you. And I really think that we've heard over and over again, it's like the dog that, or the boy that cried wolf. You know, we're going to change this, we're going to change that, we're going to change this, and then, you know, 6 months we're back to the same old, and that just isn't gonna. It's not going to work.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I see that Councilmember Arroyo has some discussion on this.
Oh, I wanted to comment after Kim.
Okay. Okay. All right, and then we'll have Natalie.
I was just letting her finish her thoughts before I comment after making the motion. So, yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with Kim. You know, and I do realize there is a new director of the board and of Hatcher, and you know, but I just have to say there is admittedly, in my eyes, being objective as possible here, that there has been a spell of pompousness and arrogance when it's come to responding to city requests. And it's just disappointing for such a controversial program to not have the utmost professionalism and willingness to work with partners. And you know, the city of Eureka is a key partner in trying to make everyone happy here, because we have a responsibility ourselves. And if Hatcher isn't being a good player, then it makes me lose faith in the organization as a whole. And again, circling back to whether it's a lack of resources or experience in dealing with issues, I don't know. But like Kim had said, a lot of things need to change. And that might be a new location or something else entirely. But anywho, I just want to make that comment after making my second of the motion.
Okay, so now discussion, and Councilmember Arroyo had something she wanted to say.
I just wanted to note that while the county, just to put this out there, while the county, to my knowledge, isn't doing syringe cleanups in the format that Hatcher is, they do pay for and provide a lot of those newish red disposal bins that are for needles specifically. And I'm aware that Hatcher also services some of them. So there is some cooperation between those two programs on that level. And the county is funding that. I would love to see them install more of the disposal bins, or whatever you want to call them, the syringe trash cans. That would be a wonderful way for them to contribute to reducing needle litter. So that's just something to consider working on together with them. But that's all I wanted to say, just to clarify.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second, and Councilmember Mesner, you disappeared too. So if you need to say something, if you could just do what Leslie did and speak up. But right now, Leslie did raise her hand. I mean, Councilmember Castellano raised her hand. So. Okay.
Okay. I could support the current kind of motion if we had like a clear timeline for like creating some stakeholder meetings, mediated meetings, and then leave it. I think it does a disservice to all of our community members just to kind of leave it hanging too without a way of kind of wrapping it up or coming back to it. Maybe this is a question for City Manager Slattery. Like, what kind of timeline would you perceive as being possible for staff with some public maybe not, but stakeholder meetings? Is that something that would take maybe 2 months, 3 months, longer, shorter?
I think it's what the participation level would be, and we'd have to figure that out first, because obviously we'd want as many stakeholders as possible. We have made attempts somewhat recently, and there's been some not wanting to do that, not from Hatcher necessarily, but maybe from some of the neighborhood members, but we can work on that and see if we can get everybody out at the table. Obviously, EPD and the city staff would participate at no problem. If there was a need for a mediator, I think that obviously we would want to get a professional one. There could be a funding issue involved with that. I don't know what mediator would cost for something like this and how many of those stakeholder meetings council would desire, but if that framework was established by council, then we could come back with an idea of cost and a better idea of the time frame.
Okay. Okay, so it seems like it might take a little while, maybe 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, we could come back with a menu next meeting and come back to council with an idea of, this is who we reached out to, this is who's willing to participate. And if we were to do this many meetings, this would be the cost. If we were to do that many meetings, this would be the cost. I would hope that, and I'm sure we could get participation from CDPH. I'm assuming that Hatcher would participate as well. We probably want to get some businesses as well as hopefully the county to participate and some neighbors in the area to participate.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right. Councilmember Messner, and then Councilmember Arroyo after that.
Really quickly, I'm really sorry. Somehow I lost my connection and my phone died. So I had to was trying to text you, Pam, but thank you for getting me back in. So I missed a little bit and I came in and heard Councilmember Castellano talking about a group of people meeting, a kind of a stakeholder meeting. And let me just
catch you up really quick. So we have a motion to repeal the resolution, but not with anything. We have a second and we're currently in discussion on that.
Perfect. Okay. So thank you for that clarification. That really helps. I'm really sorry. I don't know what happened. So I have one concern about the stakeholder meeting, and that is that we did that for a couple of years. We had a stakeholder meeting consistently for a few years, and I just want to know what would be different. I would be interested in what would be different. I know there may be a few other players now, which would be different. So I am wondering about that in regard to the previous comments. But I also am in agreement that we should make that, I'm in agreement with that, with rescinding the resolution and going ahead and looking at what, I'm still concerned, I guess, about the location, the mobile basis. So I don't know if I'm caught up completely on that. So what was the second thing?
So that's
the discussion, maybe?
Repealed the resolution, but have not replaced it until we have information about.
Okay. Yes, so that's, I'm in agreement with that at this point.
Okay, and I know Natalie Councilmember Arroyo wants to say something, but I do want to ask a technical question too. We have a motion, we have a second. If we vote on this issue that's on the floor now, could we then give direction to staff afterwards to sort of add to it? Or do we need to change the motion? Oh, we don't have to, we still have a motion and second. If
I think that's to Bob.
Do we have to do like another vote if we wanted to do the stakeholder meeting process and give direction to staff, or is just a kind of a consensus or enough for that?
No, I think you can give direction to staff that that's the way you want to go. Staff has some work to do to put that together, I think. And so, but I think that you are within the subject matter boundary to give that kind of direction. So I think you're fine.
Okay. I just want to follow the rules correctly. So, alrighty.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Councilmember Arroyo.
So I misunderstood. I thought we were talking about just repealing this one and then discussing the replacement separately, but it sounds like the proposal is just to repeal and not to replace at this meeting. My preference would be to replace with an ordinance that says we support syringe exchange programs, but not name Hatcher, and not include the mobile element yet until we get more information. To me, that could go in an ordinance at such time as we decide to revise our ordinance, or once we figure out the details of what that might look like, which I think will take some expert opinion and discussion, and understanding what the resources are. But once we understand that more fully, I think that could be either put back into, we could adopt another resolution or an amendment to this resolution, or add it to the ordinance at a later time that pertains to syringe exchange programs. But I'd like it to be clear when we leave this meeting that we do still support syringe exchange. So I think that's important.
Councilmember Burgell, you made the motion.
So the motion is exactly what you said, Natalie. It's repeal resolution 2016-13.13A, supporting the establishment of a syringe exchange program by Humboldt Area Center for Harm Reduction in Eureka. And then not replace. So what you're saying is that you would like to have us replace it with something that doesn't have the last paragraph?
Yes, I would be interested in, and this is just like a statement of support more than anything, for the idea of SEPs. But I would like to just remove where any services related to the distribution of paraphernalia used to ingest drugs are performed solely on a mobile basis. So be it resolved, what would be kept is the last part of be it resolved by the City of Eureka, California, that the city supports the establishment of I would just say syringe exchange program or programs in the City of Eureka. We don't have anyone else knocking down the door trying to run a syringe exchange program, but should we have competition?
Could we make that two different motions, the repeal one motion, and then have Councilmember Arroyo make the second motion to then replace?
I would support that, Councilmember.
Yes, that can happen.
Okay, so why don't we do it that way, since we have a motion and a second to repeal? And then we can take the vote on that, and then we could add the replace with the language if you want to make a motion on that, Councilmember Arroyo, and then have people vote on that.
Sounds like Director Slattery had his hand up.
Yes, sir.
Manager.
So just there, as a point of clarification, Councilmember Arroyo, there's some whereases in there that reference to meeting people where they're at. Would you like to leave those in there, or do you want to remove those as well?
I think meeting people where they're at could be a lot of different programs, so I'm fine with that staying there. But dictating that it be mobile specifically and exclusively is something that I just still have logistical questions about.
Okay, so we'll take care of the first item, and then we will get the language right for the second item, which would be the replace. So we have a motion, we have a second, and I believe we can take a vote now.
Can I get one more point of clarification? I'm sorry.
Yes.
So when we're doing the stakeholder meetings, is the intent of those stakeholder meetings solely to research whether mobile option is a good option, or is it to get together with the stakeholder group and find solutions to the neighborhood, community problems, or both?
I think, can we discuss that after we do the resolutions? Because I think we all might have thoughts about that.
I was thinking that same thing. So we'll take care of the resolution first, and then we will talk about the direction to staff after that. So can we have a vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Castellano.
No.
Councilmember Messner.
Yes.
Councilmember Arroyo.
Aye.
Councilmember Allison.
Yes.
Councilmember Burgell.
Aye.
4 yes votes, Councilmember Castellano dissenting, motion carries.
All right, so now do we have a motion for the replacement for tonight?
I move that we approve a resolution of the City Council of Eureka supporting the establishment of syringe exchange program in Eureka as proposed in our agenda or our materials, but minus the portion that refers to mobile basis for distribution.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Messner. Any discussion on this item?
Councilmember,
Did somebody have a discussion on?
So
Kim?
Councilmember Arroyo, just to be clear, so you're wanting on the resolution for it to stop at, be it resolved by the City Council of Eureka, California, that the City of Eureka supports the establishment of a syringe exchange program in the City of Eureka, period.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Allison.
So, I mean, that language is still very vague. So could that include a mobile syringe exchange program? Because I think it would be good to have all options on the table for services rendered.
Yes, that was my understanding, was that would allow for mobile exchange to be a part of the picture. It doesn't name a discrete location. It just says that we recognize that SEPs have value in the City of Eureka and that we want them to operate here to reduce disease. So that to me is the intent.
Got it. Okay, I agree with your motion.
Okay, so and Councilmember Messner.
Really quick, could we add the S to it and make it plural rather than just, if we could have like parentheses S added so that that's a plural, it's not just indicating there's only one exchange that's capable of functioning within the city.
That's fine with me as the maker of the motion.
Okay, and you made the second, so
I'll second.
Fine with you. Okay, any other discussion on that? All right, looks like we can vote on this item now.
Alrighty, Councilmember Castellano.
aye.
Councilmember Messner.
Aye.
Councilmember Arroyo.
Aye.
Councilmember Allison.
Yes.
Councilmember Burgell.
Aye.
Unanimous yes vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. And now we'll take a minute or a few minutes, as long as we need, to discuss the direction to staff. And then after that, we'll take a break. So Councilmember Castellano, do you want to start? I mean, you kind of said what you wanted, but maybe you have a kind of more direct ask right now.
Sure. I think it would be good. Well, I imagine maybe a series of meetings, not all necessarily the same people. But I think it would be important to address both the mobile versus not mobile, in a brick and mortar establishment issue, or how those things might pair together. And then also neighborhood impact and making plans together to address that as well. So I kind of see maybe some parallel means. And then also, to me, it feels really important to establish some shared goals with public health being centered in those goals.
Councilmember Arroyo?
I was envisioning something more like a formal mediation where we have an outside, I realize no one's ever impartial, but a relatively impartial mediator sit down with some of the key parties and try to flesh something out to avoid more litigious future action and to really resolve and identify specific actions to be taken. That is what I had in mind, rather than, they might also be paired with a series of more broad public meetings, but I would like to try to get at some very specific things that all of the entities need to do to avoid further, escalation of this issue.
Councilmember Castellano?
That is not incongruent with what I believe, but I do believe that there needs to be, there's kind of multiple things to address, and it may not be the same group of people for the different things to address.
So if we're talking about a menu, like City Manager Slattery was saying, could you do kind of what a stakeholder group might look like and what a mediated group might look like and who might participate in those, and maybe get some feedback from council on who they think should be at some of those stakeholder meetings in your preparation?
Yeah, if I could interpret it correctly, which is difficult because I think there's two different ideas, but my understanding would be that we would get a mediator to sit down with the stakeholders who are associated with some of the problems in the neighborhood and come up with a path forward that everybody can agree on. And maybe get together with more of the experts to analyze what the benefits are of a brick and mortar and a mobile that maybe not necessarily would require a mediator and more of an expert opinion about that.
That is in line with what I was suggesting. I'm curious if our city attorney has any advice, understanding kind of what the intent is there, whether mediation is the right answer or some other process.
Well, I don't know that we should kind of get hung up on the terminology. I think mediation does have a correct sound to it in the sense that you're trying to bring in a neutral who has the ability to try to bring about a decision that's based on multiple inputs and from different viewpoints. So, you know, I guess if you're asking my opinion, I think that is a good term to settle on, but also allowing the city manager some flexibility to try to put together, you know, a productive package, productive relationship with a neutral person.
And Councilmember Burgell has something she wants to add.
So what I would say is that if Hatcher is going to remain at their current location, regardless if they just do, if we do go mobile and you just do your wound care and all of those wonderful things that you do there, there has got to be mediation between the neighbors and Hatcher. It just has to happen. And you guys need to knock it out, drag it out, whatever needs to happen, but it's got to be worked out. And I think that that's going to be critical in moving you forward, because that no one wants to live in that kind of an environment. No one does. I certainly don't. and I have been, as many of us have. So that would be my first step, would be to get neighbors and Hatcher, maybe Lasara and some different people from the Hatcher board to meet with the neighbors with a mediator who can help them to understand better and to build some sort of, I want to say relationship, but what I would hope for, I would love a relationship, but what I would hope for would be a mutual respect of each other and a willingness to have respectful dialogue. I think that that's going to be important, because there are neighbors over there who bring food to Hatcher and do different things to support Hatcher. And then there are people that just no one gets along. So I really feel like that could be really beneficial. That was brought up before. And I know that it worked for me and the former director at one point, and I have no doubt that it could work for the neighborhood and Hatcher as well. It's too bad that it had to come to this, but I think that, you know, and setting goals together about what your neighborhood's going to look like would be really helpful.
Okay, how do you feel about your direction, City Manager Slattery?
I feel good. We will have to come back, Mayor and Council, with some sort of cost associated with it. I think that the expert opinion is probably something we could bring back as a part of that at the next council meeting to give you an idea about the benefits of a single location or mobile or a combination thereof. But at the same time, come back with the cost associated with getting a mediator. I don't know how much these things cost, and finding somebody who's going to be neutral will be something that staff's going to have to work on. So that definitely by the next council meeting, we'll have something to for the council to consider as it relates to a mediator with the neighborhood and Hatcher. And definitely should have some information related to the benefits of mobile, stationary, or a combination of the two.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Burgell.
Well, I would be remiss in not mentioning that I would like open door at the table at that mediation as well. That's a
That was definitely a plan.
Thank you.
All right. Have we all exhausted this particular topic? Because we get to revisit it again in just a couple more items in a different format. But I think I'll give everybody just a 5-minute break. Get a drink, stretch your legs, and then we'll come right back. I don't know what time it is now, but 5 minutes from now. Thank you.
Code, including Chapter 10, which has provisions for administrative citations. The actual bill before you tonight amends Chapter 150 in a few different ways, and those are outlined in your agenda summary, but in particular, I do want to apologize that the way the document was put into Granicus resulted in the underline and strike through not showing up like it should have. And so I'm going to cover just a few of the basics so that everyone is aware of what those are. The first is strengthening some of the noticing provisions so that basically the city will have to, we're memorializing the fact that we are required as staff when sending notices of violation to do more than historic practice sometimes was. We are changing some of the provisions for cost recovery, liens, and special assessments relating to abatement charges. We also have those tools to recover administrative citations in Chapter 10. And then the other change is changing or adding a misdemeanor citation authority for municipal code violations for staff other than police officers. This is another tool that our enforcement staff would have in their toolbox. And it's really a tool of last resort, like administrative citations or other abatement actions are. Most violations are really handled at a low level after a notice of violation or even a phone call. And as I mentioned, administrative citations are another tool. They, along with those citations, are really a last resort for situations where we just aren't getting compliance from the property owner, from the person causing the violation, or the conditions are particularly egregious and need to be dealt with very soon. Do you want to clarify a couple of things here? In the ordinance, you may notice that it's about powers of arrest, and technically that's correct. Issuing a citation is a non-custodial arrest, but any enforcement staff other than a police officer would not, even after this ordinance is enacted, be able to take someone into custody and physically arrest them without the assistance of a police officer, or just handing the task off to that police officer themselves. And one other thing, any Eureka Municipal Code violation is already, or it's possible that it can be prosecuted as a misdemeanor, but it does require a police officer to be involved. So what this ordinance does is gives other staff that ability as well, thereby taking the police out of the mix when it comes to some of these municipal code violations that they really ordinarily don't involve themselves in. So that wraps it up. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
All right, any questions? Okay, I'm looking, was that a question, Heidi? Okay, Councilmember Arroyo.
Thank you, Director Gerving. I just want to make sure I understand which city employees this applies to. So is it the employees listed under the section where it names people in the police department and public works department, or would it also be extended to additional employees?
Sorry, I had to switch screens to get that up in front of me, and I can actually list them off here. It's found in section 150.147.
Okay,
section
that's what I was looking at.
Yeah. So staff in the police and public works departments.
Okay, so we're not talking about like any city staff can now issue citations willy-nilly whenever they want.
No, and that's looks like the city manager is pretty disappointed in that. But no, it's our staff that typically deal with enforcement of municipal codes, and that citation authority is only for those portions of the code that they are tasked with enforcement. So someone who's worrying about zoning violations wouldn't be able to issue a citation to somebody for a violation of some animal provision, for instance, that was not zoning related.
That has to be related to their job.
Correct.
Okay, so I can't go issuing citations for bad hair or something.
No, not yet.
Thanks.
It's a slippery slope though, isn't it?
It really is. I just wanted to make sure it was clear that it was confined to specific roles. So thank you.
Did we have any other questions about this? Do we have any comments on this, public comment on this item?
No, Mayor, we have not received any requests.
All right, then I'll bring it back for a discussion or a motion. Councilmember Arroyo and then Castellano.
I move that we waive reading, read by title only, and introduce Bill number 985 Tax CS, an ordinance of the City of Eureka, amending Chapter 150 of the Eureka Municipal Code.
I'll second. And I just want to say, I appreciate this. I think it's really smart and probably potentially a lot more efficient.
And do we have any other discussion on this? Okay, the only thing I do want to add is that I do always make fun of his things being riveting, but I also always say that keeping the public works going is really, that's how life feels normal, and it's so important. So can we have a vote, please?
Yes. Councilmember Castellano.
Aye.
Councilmember Messner.
Aye.
Councilmember Arroyo.
Aye.
Councilmember Allison.
Yes.
Councilmember Burgell.
Aye, and thank you.
Unanimous yes vote, motion carries.
Excellent. Now we are moving on to item C4, the Coastal Sign Text and Local Coast Program Amendment with Senior Planner Getz. We're on a second reading of this one, I think, or the Senior Planner Getz here?
I am here.
Oh, there she is.
So before you this evening is the Coastal Sign Text and Local Coastal Program Amendment. At your September 1st meeting, you introduced the ordinance, and the ordinance will add regulations for signs to the coastal portion of the city of Eureka. And just as a reminder, the coastal portion is shown here in the colored parcels. Staff is recommending that you adopt bill number 984 CS and direct staff to submit the amendment to the Coastal Commission by adopting a resolution of transmittal. And on the screen for you are a lot of words. I know, I apologize. This is the language to adopt the ordinance and also the resolution. And I'm here to answer any questions that I can.
All right. Does anybody have any questions for Senior Planner tonight? Do we have any anybody waiting to comment on this item?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Thank you very much. So I'll bring it back for a motion or discussion. Councilmember Burgell. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay, so I would like to make the motion that we waive reading, read by title only, and adopt bill number 984-CS to repeal and replace Eureka Municipal Code Title 10, Chapter 5, Article 17. I can't see. With the Coastal Sign Ordinance and amend Article 1, General Article 18, Site Plan Review and Architectural Review, Article 22, Non-Conforming Uses, Structures and Signs, Article 26, Zoning Permits and Certificates of Occupancy, and Article 29, Coastal Development Permit, Procedures Pertaining to Signs, and adopt a resolution of transmittal of the City Council of the City of Eureka transmitting to the California Coastal Commission for certification an amendment to the implementation plan portion of the adopted and certified City of Eureka local coastal program pertaining to coastal signs, and direct staff to submit the local coastal program amendment to the California Coastal Commission for certification.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right. Seeing no discussion, let's take a vote.
Councilmember Castellano,
Aye.
Councilmember Messner,
Aye.
Councilmember Arroyo,
Aye.
Councilmember Allison,
Yes.
Councilmember Burgell.
Aye.
Unanimous yes vote, motion carries.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Now we are moving on to the next part of our agenda, which is reports and action items. And I would like to invite Economic Development Coordinator Christine Tyson to talk to us about the Neighborhood Investment Mini Grant Program.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me here tonight. I'll be presenting to you the Neighborhood Mini Grant Program. So the goal of this grant is to fund volunteers to do projects within their neighborhoods, whether they want to create a neighborhood support network to increase resilience or create a community space to foster social connection. Citizen volunteers have the capacity to make their neighborhood and their cities a better place to live. So neighborhood initiatives for this grant are to foster neighborhood pride and sense of belonging, develop stronger relationships among neighbors and neighborhood groups, improve the quality of life for residents, increase equity, resilience, opportunity, and leadership, and build capacity for long-term change by neighbors working together. So next, I'm going to go over the eligible neighborhood projects, 4 different categories for potential projects. First, communications. So they can do use this grant for startup funds for designing a neighborhood website, newsletters, door-to-door canvassing, elder check-ins and care networks, neighborhood bulletin boards. Regarding outreach and marketing, they can do the new resident welcome packets, neighborhood group member signage, or meeting information signage. Special events, they can do neighborhood block parties, cleanup events, beautification events, or kids play dates. And last but not least, physical improvements. They can do median improvements, sidewalk planter improvements, the free little libraries, community gardens, or public art. And for funding, the funding for this grant came directly from our Eureka Police Department, who received this funding from the Board of State Community Corrections Department. This state program allocates money throughout the state to cities to create positive outcomes within their communities. We have allocated a budget of $10,000 for this program, and grants are available up to $500 per application. All projects are expected to be completed by volunteerism, and all grants must take place within the city limits. So who can apply for this grant? Any residents within the city limits that are over the age of 18 or older may apply, and also 501c3 nonprofits are also eligible. We've tried really hard to make this process as easy as possible for citizens to apply. We have created an application to fill out, and with that includes project description and budgeting guidance. Our applications will be available on our website, and you can also pick them up here at City Hall. We will be keeping this program open until funding allows, and we are doing a first come, first served basis regarding acceptance. The program will be available to the public starting tomorrow if passed tonight, and we'll be doing a large push for social media the week of September 28th in regards to Good Neighbor Week. We discussed this earlier with our proclamation. This is a great week to do something creative in your neighborhood and another great opportunity to get to know your neighbors. So eligible costs that you can use these funds for are printing, advertising, facility rental fees for meetings and events, landscaping materials, waste disposal fees, building materials, cleanup supplies, art supplies, and also food and refreshments for social events. Ineligible costs would be personnel costs, alcohol, political campaigning, age-restrictive events, fuel, gift cards or prizes, tools, or construction equipment, personal expenses, costs incurred outside of grant award period, and anything that does not directly benefit the public. So once the project is done, our reporting requirements will be required to turn in a final report with receipts for expenses and a summary of successes for your project. This will also include photos of the final product. Once the final projects are done, the city will be sharing them across the board with citizens of Eureka throughout our website, social media, and our newsletter to showcase all the beautification and effort done surrounding our neighborhoods. And I just want to remind everyone that our situation with COVID-19 is still very present, and all projects and plans for this grant are expected to abide by all Humboldt County COVID guidelines and safety precautions, including social distancing and wearing masks during any interactions with your neighbors. So that's the presentation for tonight, and I'm available if anyone has any questions.
Councilmember Burgell.
So could this apply to community cleanups as far as like dump fees and that type of thing?
Yes, I think
in other words, like gutters.
Disposal fees, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, did we have any public comment on this item?
No, Mayor, we did not.
All right, so I'll bring it back for, so we're just, we have to vote on it. So for motion or discussion?
I think this was just to receive the report. The money's been allocated.
Oh, okay.
So it's just, we were going to start the program after it was presented to council tomorrow.
That's what I thought. Although I thought that she said if it was approved tonight, so.
I did, I'm sorry about that.
I heartily approve.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your work on this. This is great.
Excellent.
And thank you, EPD, for helping make this connection with existing funding. That's really wonderful.
Is any other comments? Councilmember Castellano, everybody was jumping in, so.
I'm so excited. Thank you. So it will be launched and available starting tomorrow?
Yeah, it will be available on our website tomorrow. We are going to be doing a huge push with social media on the week of the 28th, just surrounding Good Neighbor Week. The citizens are encouraged to apply before that, but we will be doing a large push for media campaign for that week surrounding Good Neighbor Week. So, but we are encouraging people to apply tomorrow if they like.
Great, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. You know, I am excited. I think that neighborhood building is just a great placemaking activity. It makes people love where they live. So very happy. Thank you. So now we're going to move on to item D2, which is the California Department of Public Health letter. And so we're going to hear again from our city manager Slattery with the Hatcher board member Jessica Smith.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. After our previous discussion, I don't know how relevant this is, but I think that we should still provide the opportunity that those came to speak on this have an opportunity to. So we have done the same thing with this item here. We wanted to make sure that a representative of Hatcher had, more of an opportunity to speak on the topic. We provided Lasara the agenda item and the letter prior to doing this. I do want to say something before I provide Jessica the opportunity to speak. The letter that was in the agenda summary had some changes that were done to it. We had originally researched a code section in the public health code. That was an old section and we made a reference to that, and we were incorrect. We spoke with CDPH and found out that that was the case. And so I'd just like to read, the new updated letter was emailed to council, but I'd just like to read the changes that were made to that letter. The last two paragraphs were amended. The updated version reads, on October 8, 2018, the California Department of Public Health authorized Hatcher's SEP in Eureka. Leading up to this authorization, Hatcher's compliance with the city's SEP ordinance was sporadic. Since the 2018 state authorization, Hatcher has refused to comply with the ordinance and have been outright dismissive of requests by the city to do so. Hatcher is in violation of local law. The city truly values, and this is this amendments that happened to the final and third paragraph of the letter. It reads, the city truly values the important harm reduction services Hatcher provides. However, Hatcher lacks consistency in judgment as they've worked to address the complex issues associated with operating a SEP. In addition, Hatcher has not collaborated with the city and the neighborhood community over the past 2 years. Because of this, the city council cannot support the SEP as currently operated by Hatcher and opposes CDPH renewing their authorization. So that was the amendments that were made to the letter, and I just wanted to get that into the record prior to allowing Jessica to speak. After Jessica speaks, I will provide a little bit more information on the topic, and then we can move forward. So welcome, Jessica. Jessica's a board member of the Hatcher board. So here's Jessica.
Hello. So part of what I address in the statement that I am going to read, Miles just addressed. So I'm glad that y'all caught that. So I am the former director of Hatcher. I am a current Hatcher board member and also an employee of National Harm Reduction Coalition. So in your letter to CDPH, you claim that leading up to state authorization, Hatcher's compliance with the city's SEP ordinance was sporadic, and that Hatcher has not provided an annual report to the City Council or Board of Supervisors since their October of 2018 authorization. In July of 2018, Hatcher board members actually provided a 2-year report to the City Council in person with a PowerPoint. And then in October of 2018, the first quarterly report was sent, which included July through September of 2018. In July of 2019, that was a month after I became the director, I sent former city manager Greg Sparks a cumulative 9-month report, which detailed October 2018 to June 2019. That email and the latter 2 reports have been sent to you all for your records. And so the second part, the local ordinance that you reference in the letter states that a provider shall report to the city manager on a quarterly basis. It does not state that the report should also go to the Board of Supervisors, nor does it state that a yearly report needs to be sent. I think Miles addressed the updated safety code, which does describe that it's the local health officer who's responsible for presenting information about SEPs at an open meeting of the local authorizing body on a biennial basis. Hatcher is authorized by CDPH, as we all know, and sends annual reports to them in October. The first report was written by me in October of 2019. Once that was received by the state, it was then sent to local law enforcement and the county health officer. Hatcher's second report has already been written by the new director and was sent to all city officials as a courtesy, not a legal requirement. You claim that Hatcher refuses to collaborate with both the city and the neighboring community. While I will admit my mistake of not sending quarterly reports throughout my 1 year as director, I do not believe that that one error represents the entirety of Hatcher's ongoing work to engage with the city of Eureka and the neighboring community. Hatcher has built relationships with local law enforcement, including Chief Ahern of APD, who spoke at the annual Overdose Awareness Day event in 2019, and Ranger Gagnon of EPD. In my first month as director, I met with former city manager Greg Sparks and EPD Chief Watson. I reached out to and met with Dean Glasser once he became city manager. The new director, in their first month, has already reached out to every elected official and civic servant throughout the county and has met with the ones who have responded. Hatcher invited all Board of Supervisors, council members, and law enforcement to its open house in February. Only one EPD officer came, who had just taken over the undercover investigation. And also a bunch of service providers. Actually, big shout out to St. Joseph and Open Door folks who did come and support and get to know more about Hatcher and what Hatcher does. Hatcher has remained active in several county-led meetings and community coalitions, including the Syringe Management Meeting, the HCV Task Force, Sexual Health Task Force, Humboldt Community Health Trust, or ACH Partner Network, RX Safe Humboldt, Humboldt Harm Reduction Coalition, and Humboldt COVID-19 Community Response Coalition. Board members participated in the Community Advisory Board created by the city, which took place in 2019. In response to community concerns, Hatcher shifted its exchange protocol to a progressive one-for-one back in 2017. Hatcher removed access to a spigot on the side of the building, which provided drinking water and a place to wash up for unhoused community members after housed neighbors complained. Despite there being 2 exchange programs in the community, Hatcher is the only one who provides syringe litter cleanup. And I do want to acknowledge, like Natalie Arroyo mentioned, that the county does provide very large red sharps containers throughout the county. Hatcher doesn't actually service those. Those are completely funded and run by the county. But in lieu of that, Hatcher does do a whole lot of cleanup. The community cleanup liaison, in fact, has built relationships with and provides sharps containers and syringe cleanup to several businesses, including Motel 6, The Pine, Barry Smith Construction, Carson Mansion, the Eureka Library. Hatcher does provide sharps containers to McKinleyville Community Services District as well, and picks all of those used sharps up. And they do dispose of sharps that are collected by the outside kiosk that is attached to the co-op outside. That kiosk was actually received via a grant that the Humboldt Harm Reduction Coalition got. Staff often pick up syringes throughout Eureka and neighboring communities on their days off and always respond to requests during open hours. Ranger Gagnon has previously texted Hatcher about locations in need of cleanup behind the mall, the bowling alley, and Cooper's Gulch, all of which Hatcher staff addressed. Additionally, when the county exchange program was unable to operate at the start of the pandemic and later unable to accept used syringes even after reopening, Hatcher was still available for these services and likely prevented additional syringe litter. Hatcher has met with several neighbors on site and even in their homes to listen to their concerns. Some of them came only once or twice and then proceeded to reach out to the city or the police, constantly apparently, instead of continuing to work with Hatcher. This is likely because the only solution these neighbors came up with was for Hatcher to leave the neighborhood. EPD states in its letter to CDPH that they met with neighbors to discuss ways Hatcher could better blend into the neighborhood and become a good neighbor. Don't you think Hatcher should have been invited at some point? Hatcher cannot be sure which neighbors have concerns and which don't, unless these neighbors engage with Hatcher. Some neighbors constantly bring over food, clothes, and other donations. Some provide actual gratuity in honor of the cleanup work the staff does, and then others literally scream at Hatcher staff and participants from across the street. Neighborhood complaints about Hatcher are actually complaints about the visible signs of poverty, homelessness, and drug use. Hatcher did not create these issues. They do not contribute to these issues, and they absolutely do their best to mitigate these issues. One program is not responsible for the behavior of every single individual living in or traveling through the 3rd Street neighborhood. Though it is a truth that many neighbors might not want to admit, they live in a mixed zone, low-income neighborhood between a library and a highway. That is exactly the kind of neighborhood that will contain a variety of people, including people experiencing homelessness and people who use drugs, both housed and unhoused. Without long-term sustainable solutions, such as alternative housing models, additional low-barrier substance use disorder treatment, and patient navigation services, the latter two are services which Hatcher provides, these issues won't go away, even if Hatcher does. I ask that you take a hard look at the positive work Hatcher has done in this community, especially during COVID-19, and consider the ways in which your current letter to CDPH may not represent that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. And now City Manager Slattery.
Thank you, Mayor Seaman. Thank you, Jessica, for presenting. We appreciate it. I was going to get into a lot of information. There has been a lot of misinformation that's been provided in presentations as well as calls for actions that have come about. I think that knowing council's direction after the previous thing, I don't think it's going to be very productive to go through those things. I think that if those things have been discussed individually with council, they're aware of those things. I would think it'd be best to get council's feedback on how they want to proceed on this. We do understand, I just want to say that our staff, from EPD to every single staff member, as well as our elected officials, have always maintained a very clear trust, respect, and willingness to collaborate with Hatcher, and that's been extremely consistent. I don't want to get into other things that have happened, but I just want to make sure that council knows and the public knows that the city has done their best in order to try and address these issues. I think hoping we can move forward from this and everybody be productive. What happened in the past is in the past, but hopefully we can come to an agreement on how to solve these solutions. Staff stands by the letter and the information that's been provided. The updated letter is 100% accurate, but we're hoping we can move forward. And if council has any questions, staff's available to answer.
Councilmember Allison.
Hey, I saw that Chief Watson is in the Zoom call. I was wondering maybe if he'd like to make a comment about the letter or their history over the years with Hatcher.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I don't have a whole lot to say right now beyond some of the things that staff has already presented. I think Lasaro's indicated that she reached out to meet with me. I have no recollection of her reaching out directly, wanting to meet with me. In fact, I didn't even know she's executive director until we started to get into the fact-finding investigation. I asked my assistant tonight if she'd reached out, and I missed the phone call, and she had no recollection as well. So maybe that's a conversation Lasaro and I can have sidebar to make sure I didn't miss an invitation that I'm not aware of. But again, I have no recollection of that. I just have a lot of frustrations over the years. I do believe in strange exchange programs and the need for them. I do acknowledge that Hatcher has done some good things as well and some important work in the community. But I'm the chief of police, and I'm the recipient of just innumerable complaints and concerns about their operations, the way that they conduct their business, and significant neighborhood impacts. I want to make it clear to council and to the community that this was no witch hunt, so to speak, that we continue to receive complaints, had officers on view criminal activity in the vicinity and nuisance abatement problems. We had a group of concerned neighbors reach out directly to the city manager and I and want a meeting. We gave them that meeting and took their concerns. This did not go immediately to an undercover operation. It started, in fact, in February, when Sergeant Hill visited, we had not yet launched our investigation. He observed someone exit the bathroom inside Hatcher highly under the influence of opioids. He's a drug recognition expert on the topic. And in March, we began to do some surveillance based on these complaints, observed criminal activity that led us to start a fact-finding investigation. And I was very clear with my staff, look, I'm not looking for any certain outcome or answer here. I just want to know the truth. We owe it to the community of Hatcher as being unfairly painted as being a source of problems in their neighborhood, and they really didn't originate there. I need to know that so I can tell those concerned neighbors and I can correct that message. But if in fact there are real problems taking place that we have a duty and obligation to address, I need to know that as well. And so that surveillance ultimately progressed logically to undercover operations, which were presented in a separate letter. And I think the results speak for themselves. At least 7 out of 8 of the operations, officers on viewed criminal activity on the premises. And so I do understand that they're dealing with the difficult clientele there. Obviously these are people that are using drugs, but the owners of properties, the managers of businesses, by law and moral obligation, are responsible for mitigating the nuisance and crime and disorder problems that are occurring on their premises in the immediate surrounding area because of their operations. And I just, I'm very confident in saying that has been an area that has been sorely neglected by Hatcher. And, I have concerns when the undercover officer that is very experienced tells us that he watched a member of Hatcher, either a volunteer or employee, smoking methamphetamine inside the building. That goes beyond the narrative that we're hearing here. And so I have real concerns for the neighborhood and the impacts. It's just a bad spot. Whether Hatcher remains certified or not, it's a bad location. And ideally, we'd work on changing that if ultimately there's still going to be, in place. But we've been at this for years now, and the frustrations are high. There has to be change, real change that is not prompted because the pressure's been turned up, or they've been caught, or the results of an investigation that are released. And I believe that investigation is highly conclusive, and it doesn't even tell the whole story. That's just a summary. And so whatever direction council chooses ultimately to go, we've got to fix these problems, and we've got to fix them long term. This can't be a Band-Aid or a reactionary response, because real lives are being impacted. With that being said, again, in terms of SEPs in general, I want to be very clear. I believe that there is a need for them, and in our community as much as more as anywhere else. I'm just not convinced that Hatcher is the right fit for our community anymore. In fact, I feel that it is not as it currently exists. Doesn't mean there's not some good people with great intentions and some good work, but weighing the scale, the problems outweigh the good, in my opinion. And I have not seen those efforts to truly work with us. I met with Jessica, with Greg Sparks, and I brought up the issues that were occurring on the premises around. And I was told by her straight up that she's not legally responsible for what happens outside and just off her property. But yes, you are. And, to be a good neighbor, we owe it to make sure that those are mitigated. And EPD can't be the full-time security guards down there. In fact, we were told to stay away when they're operating, because they didn't want and I understand that, don't want their clients to feel intimidated, but at the same time, it's just off the hook every time they're open down there, and the hours before and after. So I spoke for a long time. I said I wasn't going to say a lot. At the end result, I will always be willing to work with people for improvement, whatever way this goes. But again, my feeling and the feeling of my staff is they're just, as they currently exist, not a good fit for our city, not what we signed up for.
And I'd just like to bring it back to the top of the agenda summary. Like I said, this agenda summary is about their refusal to be in compliance with our ordinance. It has not only been documented very well with staff, including myself, at an HHHC meeting, and been told directly that since we are now certified by the state, that we have no obligation whatsoever to comply or collaborate with you. I've heard that verbatim from both executive directors. It's also been said to other elected officials and staff. And so if we get back to the letter, it's definitely been clear that there's been a complete dismissive attitude by staff as well as board members about whether or not they need to comply with our ordinance. And that's the intent of this agenda summary.
Thank you. I had one more follow-up question. Maybe City Manager Slattery or City Attorney Black could answer. And what exactly is the merit or gravity of this letter being sent to CDPH? Do you think it would have an actual effect with how they evaluate licensing Hatcher moving forward, coming from the City Council, not just from law enforcement, as a hypothetical?
I mean, I don't want to speak for them, but it's pretty clear that the support from CDPH for Hatcher and the work they do is high. I know that they support them. I don't know what effect this would have. I think from a staff perspective, it was to hopefully bring people to the table so that we can work these issues out and make it so that there's a solution, or at least some mitigation of the problems that we're having going forward, not only within the neighborhood, but our ordinance not lacking any local control over it. I would hope that we could come to an agreement that if the city, the neighbors, and Hatcher all get together, and other stakeholders, and come up to an agreement about an ordinance that everybody can agree on moving forward that has teeth, so that we don't come into this situation, would be an ideal situation. But I agree with the chief. We've been in Uplift for a long time. We've been offering our services to work with ever since the beginning, and we have had zero collaboration. Up until recently, we were reached out by the new executive director. We followed up and have yet to hear back. It's only been 3 weeks, but we're hoping that the efforts that came up during this more recent issues that have risen are genuine, but based on past history, it hasn't been that way.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other questions by council? Okay, Councilmember Burgell.
Point of order, it's 9:30. Do we need to extend the meeting?
I was going to say that as soon as we were done with questions before we went to comment. Yeah, we are going to have to extend the meeting.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to extend the meeting by 1 hour till 22:30 or 10:30 for normal people.
I'll second that, but just would love to get through it sooner because I'm toast. Just saying.
We would all like to get through it as soon as we possibly can, I'm sure. So after we finish asking questions here, we do have about 10 people lined up for public comment. I would like to remind them that we already had a lot of public comment on the first issue. So if you are calling a second time, please be sure to focus your comments specifically to the letter item and not just your feelings about SEPs in general. That would be really great. Thank you. So Councilman, or who do we have question? Councilmember Castellano.
Mayor,
We need to vote to extend the
Oh, we do need to vote. Yeah. Sorry.
All right. Councilmember Castellano.
Aye.
Mesner.
Aye.
Arroyo.
Aye.
Allison.
Yes.
Rigel.
yes.
Unanimous yes vote. Motion carries.
Sorry. Okay. So do we have any more comments about, or any more questions for this before we go to public comment? All right. So we will go to public comment, and our first public commenter is Blake Black.
Mayor.
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am.
Mayor, I'm not sure if you saw me or if I'm not in your window any longer.
I didn't see you.
Okay. I just wanted to ask Chief Watson if EPD receives these kinds of complaints and reports in other locations that do similar work. I mean, I know that there's specific work there, but there are other agencies that do similar things and work with similar clientele. So I'm just curious if that's something you also see in other areas of their city, or if it's just really concentrated here.
Thank you, Councilmember Mesner. I can't think of another public entity, private entity, or nonprofit that comes even close to generating the number of complaints and concerns as the ones we have surrounding Hatcher's operations at 1522 3rd Street.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so our first public commenter is Blake Batchelor. And I know you were on for the first one. I'm sorry we lost you and didn't get you in the list. So
that's all right. I'm going to comment on both of them because of that, though. I'm a local resident of Ward 1. When they talk about people on the streets or who live here, I live here. This is my neighborhood. I wanted to point out that drug overdose is the leading cause of preventable death, and that it is reprehensible to talk about actively against anyone doing any proactive measures when we're in the middle of a national pandemic. I don't just mean the opioid pandemic. I mean, we're also in the middle of a COVID pandemic. Anything we can do to ensure that our hospitals don't become overrun is something that we absolutely need to be involved in. And this concept of saying, oh, I'm pro SEP, but then literally attacking the people who do the majority of the work seems disingenuous. And then to say, oh, we're just talking about changing the resolution, but then the exact same, like D2 is literally saying, but we'd really like you to make sure that this organization doesn't work. It is a direct attack. It's just disingenuous to say otherwise. I'd also really like to acknowledge the historic and insidious nature of the not in my neighborhood concepts. This line of thinking has an incredible history of redlining, of using power to talk about those who are disenfranchised. It's disheartening. And I'm glad that we dealt with or at least cut off just the strictly mobile concept, because that was, all that would have done was make sure that you public health can't also have your SCP. It's absurd. And like this neighborhood, when that person was throwing out concepts of this percentage of the population as if house people don't do drugs, it's insane. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed at talk saying, oh, we care about these things. And then the immediate response being like, but not really. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to Gary Lewis.
Hello again, thank you. I'd just like to respond to one thing that Jessica Smith said, partly because I've heard it over and over again from a variety of people, the idea that this was a terrible neighborhood all along and Hatcher had nothing to do with that. Well, in fact, Jessica Smith lives in Arcata. She has no idea what the neighborhood looked like before she started working for Hatcher. In truth, there was a bed and breakfast immediately across the street from Hatcher that had super host status until Hatcher moved in. 3 months later, they lost that. They were driven out of business by all of the crazy behavior going on across the street at Hatcher. Their visitors would not stay, they would come and immediately leave. They've gone out of business, they've sold the building at a substantial loss. The city, unfortunately, is the one that's responsible for this. And this letter, if I can come back around to that, is something that I definitely support, but it is not a substitute for the responsibility that the city has. City attorney recently received a letter from Walt McNeil outlining some of the responsibilities that the city has that it's evaded over the years. And as Kim Burgell pointed out just a few minutes ago, any other business would have been shut down. The city has the tools to do that. You guys need to look very carefully at the Marysville ordinance. You have the ability to pass the same ordinance with the same teeth in it here. You do have not only the tools, but the responsibility to control this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy. Are you on the call still? All right, then we'll move over to Bonnie.
I'm here. This is Judy.
Oh, Judy's here. Okay, Bonnie, we're gonna get Judy first. Okay.
Wyatt wouldn't unmute. Thank you for creating this letter and detailing the amount of contemptuous, brazen arrogance Hatcher has shown. For almost 3 years, the residents of the properties surrounding it have pled with you for relief and none was coming. To see the council is finally listening to their problem is encouraging. I wholeheartedly encourage you to send this letter to Sacramento.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to move on to Bonnie. Oh, you have to unmute too. Just the mute button, the microphone. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, it's comical hearing, Jessica talk about all the communication she's allegedly had with the cops and with the neighbors, because if she had, then she would know a little something about the neighborhood. But anyway, we're going to reiterate upon installation of this drug-centered organization with the motto, keep them high, keep them happy. The changes to the neighborhood were immediate. I didn't buy a house in a drug-centered neighborhood. The drug organization came to the neighborhood. And children walking and riding their bikes to the library were replaced with addicts passed out on the library steps and drug dealers circling and circling and circling the block 24 hours a day looking for customers. And maybe Hatcher does regulate what goes on during their hours, but they're open 10 hours a week. Let me tell you, the activity at Hatcher starts after the last person leaves. That's when they do most of their business. So anyway, the drug dealers are circling and circling, and they're distinguishable because they advertise with their bass music. So that way everybody knows where they are. And this is at all hours of the night, including 2 o'clock in the morning when I got to get up for work. but as in, you know, with any kind of drug distribution, there is crime. And this is evidence not only in this neighborhood, the results of it, but all over Eureka. Look at the number of fences that have gone up now in the last 3 years because of this business. Gating of doorways and entryways, and alarm systems. I am sure the ADT or whatever that alarm system company they have up here is doing a booming business. And then also, let's not forget the total annihilation of the Clara Mayberry Park that required around $100,000 to demolish and then rebuild so that it was once again suitable for children. I've lived all over California. I've seen needle exchanges in other cities. I have never seen one as poorly run as this one up here. Other needle exchanges is really a one-to-one. There's not drug dealers hanging around. There's not people passed out in their doorways. And I've lived all over California. So this is the first place that I've been where this sort of behavior is tolerated. I have never seen anything like this in my life. So yeah, it needs to go. I don't live in the neighborhood. My house is for rent, and I have to disclose to tenants that they are living down the street from a criminal organization, and that takes away from what I can charge. So anyway, thank you. That's me. That's it.
Thank you. And I'd like to remind the speakers that we're speaking to the letter specifically. So Sarah Kerr, you're next. Oh, wait, you need to call Sarah.
Right here. Oh, good.
Right here. Thanks.
Oh, good. Yay. Thank
Hi.
you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Kerr. Thanks. I know it's getting late. I'm a founding board member and current board chair of Humboldt Area Center for Harm Reduction. I want to tell you a little bit about our origin story. Hatcher was born out of the deep pain of loss. So many loved ones and community members were dying needlessly to overdose, and a handful of passionate and dedicated volunteers knew that we could turn this pain into action. At the time, access to sterile syringes was extremely limited and naloxone distribution was practically non-existent. We knew we could provide the education, advocacy, and services needed to mitigate the harms associated with drug use. Hatcher was founded and operates today on the principles of harm reduction. And to understand Hatcher, you have to understand harm reduction. It is a set of practical strategies and ideas aimed at reducing negative consequences associated with drug use. It's also a movement for social justice built on a belief in and respect for the rights of all people who use drugs. We accept, for better or worse, that licit and illicit drug use is part of our world, and we choose to minimize its harmful effects rather than simply ignore or condemn it. We ensure that people who use drugs and those with a history of drug use routinely have a real voice in the creation of programs and policies designed to serve them. And we affirm people who use drugs as the primary agents of reducing those harms of their own drug use, and seek to empower people to share information and support each other in strategies that improve their lives. Hatcher has grown from our humble roots to a small but mighty nonprofit with 5 staff, 4 interns, and innumerable volunteers from many walks of life. We have leaned on experts in the field to help guide us as we grow, and we have made mistakes along the way, and we're learning from them. We strive to remain open to learning and adapting. We're deeply committed to our program and our community, and our participants are part of that community. Too often, Hatcher participants are painted as other and pushed further to the margins. At Hatcher, we believe that if we care for the most vulnerable in our community, everyone benefits. And while our mission is to serve people who use drugs, Hatcher also has invested time into engagement with the broader community over the years. Examples include syringe and neighborhood cleanups, participating in collaboratives, which I won't rename because Jessica shared them, hosting our annual community event, Overdose Awareness Day, tabling at events like Arts Alive and the Opioid Safety Summit, providing harm reduction and overdose prevention training at no cost to anyone who's interested, a community member or an organization, and meeting with city officials such as council members, city parks officials, city manager, and law enforcement. We recognize that the relationship between Hatcher and the city of Eureka has been strained at times. It certainly is now. We desire a strong collaborative partnership, and we will also stand up for ourselves and our participants. Reciprocal relationships require give and take on both sides. At Hatcher, we are willing to consider what else we can give, and we ask that you consider what you would be taking away in sending this letter to CTPH. Hatcher believes in the dignity and humanity of people who use drugs, and we hope that the city of Eureka moves forward in a way that shows that you do too. Thank you.
Thank you. Nezzy Wade.
Thank you, Sarah. That was wonderful. You know, being there from the beginning makes a huge difference in your perspective, and I'm happy to have you share that. I really do hope the city embraces your commentary. You know, we're rural and we're isolated, and we have a lot of gaps in services and supports in behavioral and mental health and healthcare in general, and substance use disorders, treatment, recovery, homelessness and sheltering and housing is abysmal. But Hatcher's been working in the direction of creating a foundation for the collaboration needed to really proliferate our growth and understanding and embracing harm reduction related to all of substance use and the related disorders. They have continued to create ways to address the needs and gaps in services and to bring our community together. Collaboratives and coalitions have been indicated by you and many comments tonight. The example that I'm really most familiar with in Hatcher's flexibility and creativity and being able to work with community. And I can't see why that doesn't include the city. If the city is willing, it would be really important to understand that, like Humboldt Harm Reduction Coalition, that's a dynamic group of community members that have from various nonprofits and health agencies that support harm reduction, from our countywide healthcare providers and private associations to even tribal initiatives focused on wellness. And Hatcher is at the core of that. They were instrumental in bringing that coalition together and to increase our community's capacity to extend the network of services and support to broader geographic areas, but also to address the demographic needs of our population locally. Since its inception, it's about 2 years ago, the work of the Harm Reduction Coalition to date has been impressive, just like the work of Hatcher. And I don't know that the community sees all of these things. Healthcare, community education, outreach, and facilitating human growth and development in the context of harm reduction, stigma reduction, all of the things that treat people as wonderful the human beings that they are, has been a priority for Hatcher, and incorporating them in everything. That their whole thing about nothing about us without us. This is why they need to be involved in everything. Anyway, this evening you've heard a lot about all of that from Sabrina and Jasmine and Susanna and Andrew and Anne's commentary. But the letter to the CDPH alleges a lot of things that Hatcher was purposely, outwardly refusing to comply with the city's syringe exchange program ordinance. I have not, I, as a member of AHA and our representatives, have attended many functions at Hatcher's facility, ranging from provider meetings to open houses, opportunities to visit based on Hatcher's open door policy. And we have found staff receptive, transparent, all of those things.
Thank you. Tia Baratella. I saw you. There you are.
Yeah, I said my comments earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Jarrett Nicholson.
I believe Jarrett needs a call.
Yes, yeah, I think he might be interested in that.
He might what?
He might be interested in a phone call. He was leaving the office and lost his connectivity on Zoom, so he requested that y'all call him if possible.
Oh,
did he provide a phone number?
He said that he did. Perhaps in the email to you.
Yeah, so when we created the list, we didn't put both on it. So let me see if let's move on and I'll try and pull it.
So I can call on Bill Taylor, and the rest of them are all phone numbers.
Bill Taylor is on, and he's he should be on. And
yeah, I was gonna say he's the only Zoom call, and the other two plus Jarrett are on phone calls.
So I'll have to get people on the phone if Bill would like to speak now.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Pardon me, just point of order. I do see that there's a citizen present who seems to be thinking they're on the list to speak, but I'm not sure if there was a mistake or it's your name, your title is Glenn Hayes, but I don't know if that was a absence or if you were signed up or what.
I thought I was signed up.
I didn't.
call on you. I just wanted to note that you're there.
You thought you were signed up. Do you want me to add you to the list after Bill? Okay. So Bill Taylor, you go, and then we will get Mr. Hayes.
Okay. My name is Bill Taylor. I'm a 76-year-old retired engineer. I served 2 terms on the Humboldt County Civil Grand Jury. I currently volunteer at CASA, the Aha Shower Caravan at Eureka, McKinleyville, Redway, and soon to be Arcata. I'm a co-pilot in the Eureka Uplift program, and I volunteer at Hatcher 3 or 4 days a week. Hatcher provides a valuable public health service for the county, and people have gone on about that. I don't need to talk about it. The other thing that was mentioned once is, contrary to general public opinion, Hatcher essentially has a 1-for-1 exchange policy and has had for over 3 years. It's not acknowledged in the community. In response to the alarming police investigation, Hatcher has increased the monitoring of people congregating at the site. Those waiting for service are requested to form a line with 6-foot separation and requiring masks. After they receive the services, they are requested to leave the site. Hatcher is actively seeking funding to create a full-time position for a site monitor.
Did you mute yourself, Bill?
I must have hit the keyboard. Sorry. Hatcher has discontinued serving food due to the COVID-19 precautions, but this also reduces the loitering at the site. Hatcher no longer permits consumers to use the bathrooms due to the COVID procedures, the COVID precautions. The meth pipes referred to in the police investigation are a valid form of harm reduction tools, meeting the state's legal requirements, and are actually provided by the California Syringe Exchange Clearinghouse. Also in the report, it's curious how Sergeant Hill's March 10th drug arrest at the library somehow implicates Hatcher, because as he says, quote, it's only 1.5 blocks from Hatcher. There's been a recent change in management at Hatcher, and the new team is working diligently to address previous practices that have caused concern in the community. I would recommend that the council wait until these changes have a chance to take effect before approving this agenda item. The other thing that's brought up is, the old ordinance on harm reduction thing required quarterly reports and a lot of stuff from Hatcher, but did it do the same for the county SEP program? Or are you just kind of, has it always been against Hatcher and not about SEPs in general? So I think the city ought to consider that they play uniformly with everybody in the field. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so now we'll go to Glenn Hayes.
Thank you. My name is Glenn Hayes. I'm on the Hatcher board. I work in the treatment community. I have been doing this for about 5 years. I actually have almost 40 years on both sides of the P bottle, if you will, and living in addiction and in recovery itself. So I joined Hatcher about 2.5 years ago. And the reason I joined Hatcher was from a lot of the beliefs that I'm hearing from some of the neighbors and some of the other things, is I didn't agree with them. And I believe that if there's something in your community that isn't working, if you just sit around and complain, you're part of the problem. If you want to make a difference, you get involved. I got involved. My biggest issue with them was I thought they were giving out, hundreds of needles, didn't matter what somebody brought in. One of the first things I find out is they are a 1-for-1. And if I'm not mistaken, they collect more syringes annually than they actually give out. So that means they're collecting for other few places that hand out the needles. And they were talking about the crime reports and how the crime is so bad in that area. I was just on the Eureka City crime report page, and apparently downtown, actually a little bit closer to the police station, is more crime than by Hatcher. So if the issue is crime, I think we're looking in the wrong area. And we're talking about mediation. If mediation, I'm actually a mediator, a trained mediator myself. And I couldn't do this, of course, because yes, I would be biased. But what is the object of the mediation? From my understanding, the big issue is getting the neighbors to communicate civilly with Hatcher to work through issues so they can be a good partner and a good neighbor. If you can make this where it's possible, I being on the board would be happy to be a part of one of those meetings. But it has to be a civil conversation with open-minded people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So do we have Jarrett on the phone now? Oh, you're muted if you're talking.
We have Nancy on the phone, and I'm going to be putting her on here.
Okay.
Nancy, are you ready to go?
I'm sorry?
Nancy, are you ready to provide comment?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, please go ahead.
Well, I'm waiting for Glenn to stop.
Oh, there's a bit of a delay if you're listening to it at home, so you're on right now.
Oh, okay. Hi, I was listening to Glenn. I'm Nancy Brockington. I'm a doctor, and I have worked for 13 years in Humboldt County, 10 years as crime. Is someone talking to me now?
Nope.
You're good.
Hi, this is Nancy Brockington, and I'm not quite sure if my technology is working, but I'll just keep talking.
We could hear you.
I'm a doctor at Open Door.
If you're listening to something, you should turn it off and then just talk, and then you won't be confused.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. That would have been, that's the first thing that I could have been told. Thank you. So I'm Dr. Nancy Brockington. I'm a family practice doctor. I've been here for about 13 years, 10 years with Humboldt Open Door Clinic in Arcata doing primary care, 3 years prescribing Suboxone up in Willow Creek with the Open Door Clinic there. And for the last 2 months, I've been one of the medical directors at the New Ages Treatment Program. I've also been a participant in the RX Safe Humboldt Coalition. And it's mostly through that latter engagement with the addiction community that I came to know about Hatcher. I know that they are highly respected. I have used them when I've tried to access information about Narcan distribution and fentanyl testing strips. I have always found them to be very knowledgeable, professional. Everyone else I work with in the field of addiction also hold them in high esteem. I'm really sad to hear how much negativity, I guess, is going on between the city, the police department, and Hatcher. So much progress has been made in Humboldt County in terms of managing addiction, and it's been because of collaboration from different groups, mutual support and respect. And so it's really sad to hear that there's this kind of he said, she said kind of discourse between all those groups. I hear that the city council appreciates the benefits of SEP programs in general. I hope that their attempt to continue to collaborate and work with Hatcher continues and doesn't dissolve. I hear the neighborhood's a problem. Neighborhoods are always problems, and they're not going to go away. So we just need to keep working with what we have. So in the context of all that, I really hope that the city decides not to send that letter to the Department of Health. I just don't really see what purpose it would serve other than contributing to the already existing negativity when we really need to be able to respect and support each other if we're going to get through all these challenges we face. So that's my comment.
Thank you. That was perfectly timed. I think you were right at 3 minutes.
All right, so bear with me as I can only make one call at a time, so I will be calling Jarrett right now. I got his voicemail. So let me try Dr. Lindsay and then I'll try him back. Hello, Dr. Lindsay, are you ready? This is Pam Powell, City Clerk. Are you ready for your comment? Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, this is Dr. Ann Lindsay, and I'm a strong advocate for needle exchange, and it's a harm reduction activity that's proven to be effective in reducing disease and increasing acceptance of treatment by injection drug users and reducing syringe litter. So not authorizing Hatcher will increase the syringe litter in our community. But they're not only a syringe exchange program, they play a vital role as a trusted source for injection drug users, for overdose prevention, HIV and hepatitis C testing, and referral for medication-assisted treatment, ordering services, mental health services, and wound care. You know, they provide food and clothing, assistance with housing. But and really the people trust them, the clients trust them, and really they help people really get out of substance use and get over it. They're following the state public health for syringe exchange program, and I really think that they're courageous in doing the right thing for their clients, despite a few vocal opponents. I encourage you and city council members and staff to continue direct dialogue with Hatcher rather than rely on impressions, something which I think is a sting operation by undercover investigators. So please support the reauthorization of Hatcher. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I received voicemail that time again after it rang several times.
Okay, so that would close our public comment. I don't have anybody else on the list. So I'd like to bring it back for a discussion. Councilmember Allison.
So again, I just have to thank everyone who commented and spoke. Thank you, Jessica, for giving an overview of all the positive things you do for Hatcher, and thank you, Chief Watson, for talking and illustrating about the problems that happen around Hatcher in that neighborhood. And for me, I just try and be an objective person and find out, like, kind of, you know, read between the lines and find the common ground between the two issues. And for me, again, it's just, you know, Hatcher's been around for four and a half years, and these issues have been ongoing for years now. And it just, to me, again, it seems like, yes, they do amazing work and they show a great responsibility to the patients they care for, but I don't know if they show responsibility to the neighborhood or to the city in a lot of ways. And that's really disappointing for such a controversial program in nature of itself. You know, harm reduction, a lot of people don't like it. And so, you know, it's just very hard for me. I mean, this whole entire thing sucks. I mean, this is a service that's needed for the community. And if there's constant ongoing problems with it, then something needs to be addressed to change it. And Hatcher's been around for 4 years. How many more chances do we need to give Hatcher? I'm a really nice guy, and do I have to keep playing Mr. Nice Guy, or is it time for that to end? And that's kind of what I have been thinking about. And my biggest concern is if Hatcher was to go away, who could replace them? And could those services be better? And that's what I want my focus to be on.
This is council members' time to talk, please.
So that's what my focus is if hypothetically, the motion was to send this letter CDPH is could there be a replacement for Hatcher, and could they perform better? Could the members and volunteers and workers of Hatcher say join that nonprofit to continue their efforts just in a better capacity, maybe under a larger umbrella of help and coordination and effort? These are questions and comments I have. I'll let the other council members speak for now, but a lot of times I'm just thinking in my head, it's just too little too late. And it's just, this whole thing sucks.
Councilmember Messner.
So I believe this letter is not focused on what is stated to be in the future. It is about what has occurred up to this point. And so I think, getting distracted by the future and what might be in the future right now, the letter, in regard to just the letter, it's focused on what has been. And so a lot of the speakers tonight spoke to things that are being changed for the future or things like that. But this is specifically about what has been. So I just want to make that note. And I want to address the strict 1-for-1 that came up a couple different times. And that may be true today. I am not aware of that. But the strict 1-for-1 definitely has not been adhered to in the past, as observed multiple times. And on May 21st, the UC received 20 new syringes for the 5 that he turned in. On July 13th, the agent was standing in line at Hatcher and exchanged 5 used needles and received a case with approximately 100 needles in return. Those both were sent to the CDPH in the previous information that was sent. Others have also seen the same types of 1-for-1 exchange, which you guys are referring to, but that is not a 1-for-1 exchange. Both Councilmember Bigel and myself met with board members and previous directors and were told specifically that 1-for-1 was not going to be adhered to. And this was after 2017, when it was previously stated that that was when they went to a 1-for-1. We were told specifically that that would not be adhered to because it was not good practices and best practices. So I'm not exactly sure where that's coming in or when that changed, but it certainly wasn't earlier than the latest documented, which was in July, of a lack of that. So I just want to make that clear, since that was something that came up from multiple different places. That may be something that you guys are now determining you're going to do. But again, this letter is in regard to what has occurred up to this point. It is not talking about what will happen in the future, what the hopes are for the future. That is not what this letter is about. It is specifically documenting what has happened up to this point and how the city is responding based on all of the information, all of the time and energy and efforts that have been put into this over the last 4 years. I'll let other council members speak.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Bigel, did you just raise your hand, and then Arroyo? No, you didn't? Okay, then we'll start with Councilmember Arroyo.
Well, I think there are some flaws with our current ordinance. My understanding is that we do have the option to create additional requirements that syringe exchange programs in Eureka, any syringe exchange programs that we have the ability to add additional requirements for will have to meet. So one of those is, we've heard from the community loud and clear that people want there to be public reporting. Right now, our ordinance requires that the provider report to the city manager on a quarterly basis. And we just heard that based on some leadership transitions and mistakes made in the past, that didn't always happen on the exact quarterly basis. But that, to me is one of the biggest concerns, and one of the things that folks have brought up from the community again and again was a request that those quarterly public meetings be held instead of just a report to the city manager. So that's certainly something I think we have the opportunity to address our ordinance and to make it better and to make it meet more of what people want to see in the community. But based on the conversation we just had at length about trying to find ways to work together, trying to turn over a new leaf. I mean, we have new leadership in the city. Hatcher has new leadership. We've heard this desire to work together repeated throughout this conversation. So I would say this letter is unlikely to have its intended result with the state. And I don't think that it's in good faith to send it if we are trying to initiate a parallel process of negotiating and coming up with some other solutions. So I would say that that is not going to help matters. It might be a salve for people who are frustrated and pissed off and have been pissed off for a long time. But I think it's probably going to be more productive and get more results if we actually sit down and hammer out some new steps to mitigate these issues. So I think the more productive option would be to do that. It's a little more time consuming, and it might not make people feel like we are doing the thing they want us to do, who have concerns about Hatcher. But I think it's, like I said, it's going to be more productive. Now I'm just repeating myself because of my exhaustion. So those are my thoughts on this. I think I would prefer that we try to stay the course with what we talked about a couple agenda items ago.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other comments from council or a motion to, well, it's not really a motion, direction?
I'd like to move on. I'd like to move on.
Councilmember Allison.
Oh, I saw Kim raise her hand first. I'll speak after Kim.
Okay.
If you want to say something.
Councilmember Burgell.
It is really late to be having this this discussion. I just wanted to point out that though it is unfortunate, we have no jurisdiction over the county. I wish we did have jurisdiction over the county department that does syringe exchange, but we don't as a city. And so that's important to recognize. It's not singling anybody out. It's just the fact that we don't have that jurisdiction. I honestly, I just feel like we've been down this road. 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 We're going to get better. No, we're not. We're going to get better. No, we're not. We're going to get better. We stay better for 3 months. We're not so good anymore. There's just this constant thing. I would love to mediate and to have a mediator and to have a workable program. But I don't have a lot of hope anymore. I feel like that's been damaged. That trust has been damaged, and that's a real bummer. That seems to be a theme this year. So I think that it's important. I don't know that this letter is going to make any difference to CDPH, but I think it's important to send it, because what it's stating is that no, we're not tolerating this. We don't want this anymore. We're willing to move forward from this, and this is what has happened, and I think CDPH needs to know what's been going on, because it's compliance. That's my problem. It's compliance. It's not what you guys do. It's not how you work. It's none of that. It's the last 2 years of not having reports and feeling like just completely disregarded in that regard. I have showed up at so many events. I appreciate everything you do, and this is a real bummer. But it's a huge piece. Compliance is a huge piece of being a business. And I realize that you're going through growing pains and all of those things. And we had this discussion. In fact, it's interesting because I was watching the council meeting from July 17th, 2018, because I wanted to just check in with where I was at and where we were at. And, you know, I watched the first one too. And I tell you, it was really refreshing to see Brandy. She was so excited that very first meeting when we first approved the resolution. And there was so much hope and so much desire to do good things. And it was really neat. But what I wanted to say was the July 18th, or it's late, 17th, 2018 meeting, I find that I am saying the same exact things. The same exact things. I appreciate all the work Hatcher does. And I do. And I advocate for Hatcher often, a lot. I've given up a lot actually by advocating for Hatcher. And I would love to figure out a way that we could move forward and really move forward and really make some positive changes, because the population that we're addressing, they're very important and they need to know that. And that's one gift that Hatcher provides for them, is that you see them, and everybody wants to be seen. And that is so important. So what I would like to do is I would like to send the letter, because frankly, I don't want to live like this anymore. I'm done with that. And I would like to meet, and I'd be happy to meet with Masara now and move forward on a different trajectory and see how we can begin to rebuild these relationships, because it's been a thing where it's been like a roller coaster almost. It's been like a ride, right? Like sometimes we'll be in this honeymoon period, and then sometimes it won't be, and sometimes it will be. And I would just like to get to a place where we're in compliance with each other, and we can move forward in a healthy direction for everybody, including the neighbors, including the people in the community, and most importantly for our vulnerable populations. So, so I'm in favor of sending the letter, because I don't want to repeat it.
I'm gonna get Councilmember Castellano because you haven't spoken yet, and then so it's a report, but it feels like we really need to vote on this because it's not a clear consensus.
This is a motion. It's to authorize the mayor, so we would need a motion in a second.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. There's so many fine details. Okay, Councilmember Castellano.
Did Kim just make a motion though? I think she just said.
Was that a move? Because I did Natalie make an official motion, but we don't have a second.
I'll second Kim Burgell's motion to send a letter to CDPH.
Okay.
I'll comment after.
But I will make the motion. I move that we authorize the mayor to sign a letter to the California Department of Health concerning the Humboldt Area Foundation Center for Harm Reduction.
Second.
Okay. All right, now discussion. Councilmember Castellano has something.
Okay. Well, I agree with Councilmember Arroyo that I think the letter is not necessarily or just is not in alignment with our desire to, build relationship. I'm wondering if council members who are supportive of a letter would consider an amendment to the letter, kind of detailing some of the things we talked about, or at least putting forward some of the things we talked about tonight, since that has now happened in the past, and can be, kind of chronicled as part of the process, basically saying that like on city council meeting of the state that, plans were made with Hatcher and with staff and council to build relationship or, you know, enter into facilitated conversations, or, you know, however we want to phrase it. I'm just curious, I guess, maybe first with the council member who, Burgell, who made the motion, if that would be considered.
You know, I really don't feel like we have any plans in place. I just don't. I mean, so I would say at this point, no. If you want to come forward with something else, I'd be willing to consider, but I'm not willing to put out plans that we don't have any plans of doing yet.
And Councilmember Allison.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree entirely with what Councilmember Burgell had to say. There's been ample time and opportunity for Hatcher to respond to criticisms and improve their professionalism and practices in response to the neighbors. And I'm not just talking about the not in my backyard folks, the NIMBY folks. I'm talking about, you know, issues ongoing in the area for some time, and also with the relationship with the city. I realize there's a new director, and I haven't had the chance to speak with them, but you know, honestly, I'm done. We've been down this road, like Kim has said so many times, that you know, it's just I feel like I'm in the twilight zone, and I'm kind of, you know, in like an abusive relationship almost, just with what the history repeating itself constantly. So you know, maybe this letter, I have hope that it could be a catalyst for the state to say increase funding to make a program that works for the area, maybe in a different location. You know, because obviously Hatcher does not appear to have the resources to manage their property effectively where it does not cause a neighborhood concern outside of the NIMBY aspect of people who just hate harm reduction. And for that, I think, you know, we have to do something tonight, and I agree wholeheartedly with sending this letter. I think it's at least something. I think it's acknowledging that we've had a history. We've been trying to work this out. We haven't been effective in dealing with these issues, and that we are asking the state to step up and help Humboldt County figure this issue out, because obviously the city and Hatcher can't do it with the resources that are provided to us right now. So I agree, send a letter.
Councilmember Messner, and then Councilmember Arroyo.
Thank you, Mayor. We actually did talk with the state a couple of years ago, and we did work with the state to come up with a plan with the community and created a community group. We did it with the state's encouragement, and we had a community group that was meeting with Hatcher's board and the public health, as well as the city. And so there was a pretty thorough plan in place. And again, as both Councilmember Burgell and Allison have said, it fell apart pretty consistently until there was pressure on, again, from the community level to actually have compliance. So I am in the same place. I feel like the letter is necessary. I feel like it's really important that we just speak the truth of what has occurred, and that if changes are going to be made, that they would, that we would see those changes, and that would be we would actually begin to see effective change, and not just for a short term, but really clear direction that aligns with what the city and the community is hoping for and has asked for.
Councilmember Arroyo.
I think what Councilmember Allison had to say was an interesting point. you know, but if that's the desired outcome, then I don't think that this letter as read aloud by City Manager Slattery and, you know, the amended version gets at that. It could be modified to do that. I think it's fair to say that the city has concerns about compliance with the ordinance that we had in place, and that, you know, those concerns are still a significant issue for the council, because that's what I'm hearing. But I don't think that just saying that and sending the letter saying that the city council is opposed to the authorization renewal will result in the state providing more funding. I would say that sending a letter that says these things, you know, I would prefer that it say them a little differently, but if nothing else, I think it needs to have an added paragraph about like, if the state plans to reauthorize operation, then these are the things that should be in place: additional funding for you know, modified distribution methods, you know, additional funding for on-site monitoring, additional funding for fencing. You know, I don't know that that is going to materialize, but if the city is saying like, hey, if you're going to do this, then you should fund it so that these concerns can actually be mitigated, then that would be, in my mind, at least a more productive letter to send. Again, it doesn't have to be like, it sounds like there's a difference of opinion between us, which I respect and I sort of expected coming into this discussion. But to think that sending this letter is going to result in the state giving more funding to Hatcher is, without spelling that out, that that's the intent or the hope, I think is not particularly, like, it doesn't follow a train of logic for me that makes sense. So I just want to put that out there because we're here now talking about it. I think it would be fine to put a pin in this and move on, but it sounds like folks want to do it. So if that's the case, I would suggest adding some language about additional measures that could be funded that would help the city be more in alignment with what Hatch, I don't know, help us work out some of the stuff that's going on. That at least would be solution oriented towards what we're talking about in this discussion right now.
Councilmember Burgell, any, since you're the one that made the motion, any thoughts about that?
Yes. So the reason I believe that we should send the letter is that I am done with former practices. I'm done with compliance issues. I'm done. I'm not done with Hatcher, but I'm done with what has happened in the past. And, you know, burn it down, be done with it, and move forward in a different direction. Because, you know, compliance, every other business in our city has to be compliant. You know, you guys, because you work with a vulnerable population, maybe, I don't know why, but you've had a lot of leeway over the last 2 years. And now, and even then, it's been problematic. I just, you know, we could add a paragraph, but I don't know. I'm fine with sending the letter as is. If you feel more comfortable sending with an additional paragraph stating what we would, if they do, I would say we're opposed. And if you decide that you want to recertify them, we want extra funding. We want the supports that will help them be successful in our community. But I could see that, but I am opposed to continuing business the way we've been doing it. I'm absolutely opposed to that. And it has nothing to do with services or the way that you interact with your clients. Has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the fact that you haven't complied. And I feel like you've pretty much given us the finger, and it really over and over. And it's not going to work anymore. I'm done with that. So
may I reply, since that was to my comments? Just yeah, I hear that you're done, and I hear that you feel frustrated and disrespected, and all of the other things you said. I mean, and again, I'm like, I'm hearing you, and I'm not like terribly surprised that this conversation is happening in this way. But if the intent is to improve these issues, then I think it bears inclusion of even just another sentence saying exactly what you just said, like that if if reauthorization happens, then here, like, we strongly recommend that these steps be taken and resources be allocated to address the concerns that neighbors and the city share about on-site nuisance behaviors or immediate or vicinity nuisance behavior, whatever you want to say. I just think that would be more productive and in line with what you and Councilmember Allison have just expressed. Yeah.
So I would be willing to add a sentence to that at the end, certainly.
Okay, I saw Councilmember Castellano wants to say something, but I'd just like to check with Councilmember Allison to see if that's okay and you keep your second on that.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind an extra paragraph just saying, due to reasons we oppose the renewal of Hatcher because of these listed faults, and if a new SEP or Hatcher were to be reauthorized, these are things we would require for us to be okay with their existence. So yes, I'm okay with that. Let's throw that in.
So Madam Mayor, point of order. It's 10:35, so it looks like we're going to need to extend the meeting again.
Yeah, what I was gonna say.
Oh,
so we are almost to the point where we could vote on this, and we have two more items that City Manager Slattery. How long will this Martin Slough one take, do you think?
2.2 minutes.
Okay. And the League of California Cities voting delegates should probably take another 2 minutes. So half an hour.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to 2300.
We already have a motion on the floor.
Oh,
we can have
I don't know.
Okay. So if we can let Leslie say one thing, because she had her hand raised, and then maybe we can vote on this. And then if we need to extend the meeting for 10 minutes, then we can. So we're almost to voting, so.
Yeah. Just very quickly, the only way I would be comfortable with the letter is if it included the things as discussed by Councilmember Burgell and Arroyo, which is slightly different than what Councilmember Allison was saying. But, I liked what Councilmember Burgell was saying. That's all I have to say.
All right, we have a motion and we have a second. And then can we have a vote on this?
Yes, Councilmember Castellano.
Aye.
Councilmember Messner.
Aye.
Councilmember Arroyo.
No.
Councilmember Allison.
Yes.
Councilmember Burgell.
aye.
4 yes votes. Councilmember Arroyo dissenting. Motion carries.
All right, we're moving on to item D3.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Yes.
So do you have the direction you need, Director Slattery, to write that last paragraph? I mean, with Councilmember Arroyo's comments and my own, I think you can get to the sentence.
I was going to say something, but I didn't want to take it longer, but I'm assuming that it's more along the lines of what Councilmember Burgell and Arroyo had stated as opposed to what Councilmember Allison had stated.
Yes.
Was that sufficient?
Yes, I'm going with the short, pretty much one sentence that you two combine together. We'll listen back and make sure that it's correct.
Listen to our nonsense and try to make it something good, please.
Yes.
Okay. So now we move on to Martin Slough.
Okay. So this project started all the way back in 2000. So earlier in the consent calendar, we had passed an update to the procurement ordinance. It was an oversight when we updated it approximately 6 months ago. We fixed that. It basically allows the city to use either other public entities or nonprofits or other agencies that follow our municipal procurement policy or our municipal code or public procurement, that we can utilize that process. And so since that's been approved, we are recommending that council award to Fiske Constructor as a contractor for the Martin School Enhancement Project and authorize the city manager to execute a contract in an amount not to exceed $315,000. This project was bid by RCAA as a part of a much larger project where we received grant funding for it, followed our protocol. It meets all the requirements of our protocol, and staff is recommending that council authorize the city manager to execute a contract in the amount of not to exceed $315,000 to Fiske Construction. If there's any questions, staff is available.
Any questions?
I actually have a question for our city attorney. I apologize for not thinking of this before, but since I work for the same division of Redwood Community Action Agency that's involved in this project, but I wouldn't be working on this project, should I think as I'm saying this out loud, I realize I should probably recuse myself.
I would recommend it.
Okay.
I would recommend it.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't think of it earlier, everybody. I'm gonna step out.
All right. So we now are asking questions. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we don't.
All right, I will bring it back for a recommendation. Councilman, member Allison.
I'll make the recommendation to award to Fiske Construction as contractor for the Martin Slough Enhancement Project and authorize the city manager to execute and contract in an amount not to exceed $315,000 US.
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. Do we have any discussion? All right, we have a vote.
Councilmember Castellano.
Aye.
Councilmember Messner.
Aye.
Councilmember Arroyo is absent. Councilmember Allison.
Yes.
Councilmember Burgell.
Aye.
4 yes votes. Councilmember Arroyo absent. Motion carries.
All right, and now Councilmember Arroyo, you're invited to come back for our final topic, which is the League of California Cities voting delegates. I do believe Assistant City Manager Powell, you can, if you want to talk about this, I think you sent something out to folks and asked for.
I did send out an email to see if anyone was planning on attending. The conference is virtual this year. And I did hear back from Councilmember Burgell that she would not be able to attend. Councilmember Messner has been very active on the League of California Cities, so I don't know if she is planning on attending virtually. If not, I can also attend on behalf of council.
Councilmember Messner?
Yes, I sent you an email response to that, but maybe you didn't get it.
Okay.
Yes, I am. I actually am in already a voting delegate for something else, so on the General Resolutions Committee. So,
is there
I nominate Heidi.
Thank you,
Heidi. Appreciate you.
I think that we have consensus on this. Does anybody want to arm wrestle Heidi for the position? All right. Well, with that, that's our last official agenda item.
Thank you.
Miles said he only has 6 things on his city manager report. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes, and we'll postpone those for at least 2 months.
And I think that if anybody is dying to report anything for council reports, that would be, I don't want to shut you down, but if not, I would love to adjourn. Oh, council
report. I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor.
Time. Oh.
I'm, as you know, I'm leaving in the morning to take my daughter for surgery at 3 a.m. And so I'm going to leave the meeting. Not that I don't want to hear your council report, Leslie, I'll listen to it tomorrow. Anyway, thank you, friends. Have a good night.
And good luck to your daughter.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have a good trip, Kim.
Thank you.
Good night.
Virgo. Okay, I'll try and be really quick. So at HWMA, I just wanted to report this out and actually ask council a question about it. Some people may be aware, but there have been some challenges with the CRV recycling at HWMA. And a lot of that is embedded in sort of an accumulation of challenges on a larger scale with cow recycles. And so I'm wondering if council would be interested in something appearing on the next agenda item, perhaps a letter. And what I'm thinking is perhaps Donna would want to work with Jill Duffy on a letter potentially addressing the city's vantage point regarding cow recycles and how it's producing challenges for CRV recycling in Eureka.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, and we had intended on both Jill as well as Linda Wise to come and do a presentation, so we can incorporate that into their presentation.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just one more thing. There's a letter that quite a few organizations and advocates for broadband, including Sean McLaughlin with Access Humboldt and Connie Stewart, have been signing onto, which is encouraging Governor Newsom to support calling a special session for broadband because none of the bills were passed during the last session. The deadline to sign on to this letter is September 28th, or I would have waited. And it's basically supporting some movement around access to broadband in order to close the digital divide. So I'm just curious if council would support that.
We good with that one too? Good.
Yes.
So, Pam, is that
glad
something that I would just sign?
We can either have the mayor or you sign it. We would either.
We can sign it together, staff and council.
Even more powerful. They'll pass it for sure now.
I'm really glad that you took the time to ask for that, Leslie, because that is really important. So, anything else? We did it, guys. We'll see y'all later.
Good
Drive home safe, everyone.